Okay,
Come on to it.
come on to it. I like it. All right, are we ready to go live?
We are.
Okay, let's do a little 5-second countdown. 5,
That's,
4.
you're already.
Oh, all right, we're live. Okay, well, welcome everybody to the budget meeting. Gonna kind of wrap up the budget season, hopefully tonight for 2024, fiscal year 2024, 2025. Tuesday, March 16th, 26th, excuse me, here at the library, 6 o'clock. For the budget committee, present, Mark, Helen, Clay, Zach, Janet, and Jeff. Okay, so moving right along, what we have on the agenda for tonight, we're gonna have a review and recommendation vote, ideally, assuming we have enough info and everything, for the road acceptance for the West Rockport Business Park and Business Circle Drive, I believe is it's called. And then move on to possibly setting up a meeting for a recommendation vote on the water resource recovery facility on April 9th. And then move on to the review of the budget itself. Come up with any recommendations that we may have as a budget committee, review it, talk between ourselves, and come up with hopefully some motions and recommendations for the select board on the budget. And then adjourn after that. So, moving right along, where we're gonna start is the municipal road acceptance of the Rockport, West Rockport Business Park.
Can I clarify one thing?
Yes, of course.
It's not really the business park.
Okay,
It started out that way 15 years ago, and it never, we only sold where my office, Vision Builders, is, and the daycare is. And nothing sold after that for years, so we converted it all to residential for all the back. So all the back lots are all being built out as houses.
okay, so
we-
you just have you and the
And the
daycare.
those are the only two that can ever be businesses. Everything else is all going to be houses. And there's
Okay.
two already built out there.
And that is zoned for just residential?
It is, yep.
Okay, those other 6 lots.
Yep, so when
Two
you
of
pull
which
in
are
there, you're on Business Circle. That first section of road is called Business Circle. When you get past the daycare, it becomes Rolling Meadow West and Rolling Meadow East. Those are the streets back there.
Okay,
Yep.
and so 2 lots come off Rolling Meadow East,
Rolling Meadow,
and 4 lots come off
Right.
Rolling Meadow West with the
Yes.
loop on it.
Right.
With a
Yep,
cul-de-sac
yep,
on it.
yep, there you go. So there's 8 lots in total, and 4 are built on. My office, Vision Builders, and then Lot 2 is where it says Brooks and Baum, that's the daycare. And then Lot 3 is Brenda Gagnon, and across the street, Lot 7 is Trina
Kelly?
Kelly, yes, yeah.
And two
Okay.
of those have residents on them now.
2 have houses, and then the first 2 are the businesses. So that makes the 4 that are built out, make it the 50% of the 8 lots.
And so the other 4 lots are currently sold?
They're all sold, yeah,
And it's up to them on when they want to build or
correct,
whatnot?
yeah.
Okay.
What about construction schedule on those 4 in terms of degradation of what you put in?
What they're scheduled for building?
Yeah.
There's no time frame for
No
them,
timing.
yeah.
And
Two
when,
more.
when was the road itself first put in? What year was that? Circa?
05, 06.
No, no, 08, 08, yeah. 08, the road went in, and, again, Gartley Dorsey designed the road, planning board accepted it. We put it all in, I believe it was 08, and it was, Mariners paved it with a binder coat that year. And then this year, we paved the final coat.
Okay, has there been any maintenance done in the meantime? Or has there been any required
No,
maintenance?
0.
Okay.
The only thing, the town did the entry culvert. They replaced it or hit it and heave or something.
Last year.
Is that the only culvert on the road?
Nope, there's,
I think there's like 3 others and they're all in good shape. I've
I
been up.
think there's two others, I think.
2
I
others.
believe, yeah.
Yeah.
Can they handle a big storm?
Yes.
Yes, there's no runoff there at
Yes,
all.
the drainage is all set, the slopes are good, the bottoms of the ditches are fine. We talked about some, trees in front of one that he's gonna take care of, but
Couple of bushes.
everything's
Sound all
fine.
right.
What did we have to replace the entry culvert for?
that particular one had rusted out.
Okay, just
Yeah.
corrosion.
Yeah, the rest,
Due to
I
time.
looked in the rest.
What did we go back with, like a plastic smooth bore or something?
I don't.
No, you
remember.
don't allow them, do you?
I believe we do now, but that one, I would have to check. For road crossings, we had used both. I don't remember what got put into that
I
one.
didn't know that one rusted. I thought you just heaved up and you took it out.
There was some rust on it
Oh.
as well,
Okay.
but the rest are just like new.
The only thing I'd ask is for Jonathan to have Mike go look at the road, see if it was the depth of the asphalt. the
Yeah, he
width,
did, yeah.
And whatever the cost might be associated for plowing that. And if he has any information additional, that would be,
It'll probably add around 2,200 roughly for what footage is there and the time
2,200 for plowing
per year.
annually.
Yeah, yes.
What type of life expectancy does the road have before we have to resurface it or do something to it?
With not being a business park and residential now, I would say hopefully you can get 10 to 12 years out of it. The pavement's good. He was in contact with me before it was paved, and the paving company stayed in contact with me, and I inspected it as they went, and they did everything they were supposed to. The tons were right for putting down the thickness, so. Yep.
So all that work has been in accordance with the rest of,
Yes.
the roads
Yes, and
in
I was just
Rockport.
up 2 weeks ago to inspect it again when we had, there was no snow or anything.
So it meets all the requirements to be a city road?
Yes.
Okay.
And with the only exception being that one recommendation of brush
Yeah,
removal.
just near the cut, and it's not bothering anything, I just figured if it was cleared out before, if it ended up being taken over, it was done, and we wouldn't have to do anything in there.
It's right in front of the daycare.
Sure,
Yeah.
gotcha, okay. Well, any other questions? Discussion?
Yes, and I want to
Yes.
apologize before I
No.
ask it.
Keep asking.
What does the town gain by taking this road on? Why do we want to do it?
I think, well, I don't know if I necessarily want to speak on behalf of the town.
Anyone? John, you're dying, I know you are.
I'm dying. No one wants to hear me talk.
No, but you go for it, John.
I'll try.
Give it to her.
So there are, I've been on a couple different sides of this conversation in the past. Towns have to be mindful of the road, the miles that they have. Obviously, the more miles you take on, the more you have to take care of. On the other hand, what you also have is you have residents on those roads who are paying taxes, just as those on public roads are, and contributing to the public good, just as those who are on public roads are. And there's really no distinction in how they're taxed or how they're treated, other than the fact that they also are taking care of their own plowing, sanding, brush cleanup, whatever it might be. There is a role in the town having, I don't want to put, this sounds a little bit heavy-handed, but control over the roads upon which the businesses and the homeowners live. There's also a huge role for public safety. So, for example, we have a number of properties who are off of Route 1 with extensive long driveways. They're challenging for our fire trucks to even go down. A good number of them can't go down there off Route 1, but they're private roads. They're not up to our standards to be able to, get a truck down there. So obviously it's a town road. We're making sure those trucks are gonna be right up there. Certainly Clay will be there before everyone else will be there, given where he lives. But the truth is that, there's an obligation as a town for the care and safety of our residents. And us being able to own and maintain that road provides that care, provides that access and that readily available public service to their front door. I think that to go a little bit beyond that, and Greg and I were just talking a little bit about this beforehand. The town had accepted a great number of roads in the late 90s, early 2000s. And it was, every year the town was voting on 3, 4, 5, 6 roads. I mean, some of us can remember, and we went through it. And
And as a procedural reminder, those were actually listed as separate elements on the warrant.
Absolutely, right. When Jeff and I were in our days on the select board, the concept came forward that we should have an ordinance that placed some restrictions on the roads that are accepted. Prior to that, if a developer had gone through the process, through the planning board process to have their subdivision approved, Public Works Director was reviewing the construction as it went along, that it was to plan and so forth, there was a presumption that the town would accept the road as built and as planned. And I think that there was some feeling by those on the budget committee prior to, but then eventually on the select board, that that the town wasn't giving proper oversight to those roads that were coming before us. So at that time in 2007, the voters approved and created this ordinance. And over the last 17 years, it's been augmented a couple times to reflect the fact that that issue of are the homeowners who are on this road contributing enough to the public good, largely through their taxes, to not only pay for what that $2,000 of plowing is, but also that and then some. And so there's a couple sections in this ordinance, 402 and 403, that talk about having a 50% rule. I think in the 07 draft was 75%. So effectively saying half of the properties are built out off of this road. And so in that case, and I haven't done the math on what the taxable valuation of all those properties, but it's considerably more than, was it $2,200? $2,200. The idea that they're more than making up that benefit. So, yeah, in the large world, when this was mentioned, I think last night, we have to be cautious about simply accepting roads. You don't want to have a road that goes off into nowhere when no one's paying taxes on it. On the other hand, this ordinance, the purpose of this ordinance was created to try to make sure that the town doesn't accept a bad deal. And that was really the heart of that. And so a number of the different standards that are in this application form, Greg and Ben had to go through that effort to say, okay, we've gone through the steps. It's a legal document. There's no outstanding maintenance costs. Chief Peasley and Chief Gagné have both looked at from their perspective, and that's also part of this conversation. So that's the process that the town basically set up through this ordinance to make sure we didn't miss any steps in trying to make sure we make a good decision. Ultimately, that recommendation as to whether or not it is a good decision is up to this group and then eventually the select board, and putting it on. But I know it's a little bit of history there, but I think it's helpful to understand that scope. Since this ordinance has been in effect, the town has not accepted a single road. So it's been 17 years since that happened.
Have they denied a road? Or
Yes.
they just
Yeah.
hasn't?
Yeah,
Yes,
down in your neighborhood.
my road. So you know.
But it's built out now. so
It's
you-
built out now.
You could, somebody could.
I have nothing to do with it. When that happens, I'm running in the back and hiding in the bathroom, so,
So,
yeah.
Clay, I have two quick questions.
Yeah,
I presume that the 4 lots that are delineated and owned for building are presently being taxed at least on what's called their first acre,
Yeah.
on the buildable
Oh, yeah.
thing, so that any additional acres they have would be much less, but they're not halfway to it, but they're, as lots, they are paying taxes on a.
We've been paying that for 15 years.
Right.
Every lot.
God bless you. Secondly, can someone remind me about what the situation of school buses is with a private road? Do I recall that there was a blanket, school buses will not go down a private road, or is it a condition of the road that they were worried about?
School buses can go on private roads, but they need the permission of the owner of the road. The owner of the road I live on revoked that permission. So, don't even get me started. I want to make this about their application, not my tale of woe, but there are some, you have to have that permission, yeah.
Will these lots ever be hooked onto the sewer? I'm sorry if that's a foolish question, but when the sewer goes up Route 90, do these houses ever get hooked on?
They'd be beyond
Yeah.
that, even what the plan, any conversation, the idea is that would go to the 1790 intersection and stuff.
Okay, I'm not really positive on Route 90 where these are, that's why I
This
asked.
is almost Tolman Store. Almost Tolman Store, you go off to the right on West Street Extension, and right there instantly it's that development.
Oh, okay, I was on the wrong section.
Yeah.
Apparently there's a question behind you.
Clay?
Yes,
I
yeah.
just have a question. If we have a life expectancy of 10 to 12 years on the road, is there any sense of sort of thinking about it? Is there any sense of thinking about it in terms of reserves, that, yes, it's $2,200 a year for plowing, but in 10 years, the town could potentially have the burden of paying to repave that road? So to start to analyze that in what it costs each year.
Yeah, I mean, I think of at least the first step in figuring out some costs for that are gonna be to add it into basically the overall length of road in the town, which, you know, according to whatever our numbers are, we got a base number for what it's gonna cost just to repave that, which is loosely what we've been using for the budget in that paving line item. You know, it was 2 years ago when John came up with, this is our total road length, this is what it costs for paving to date, or at that date, and divide it out, and then, you know, that's essentially your cost per mile. So if we take the length of the road, that'll give us what our cost is. There's, outside of a surface coat on it, it doesn't sound like there's any other expenses that should be incurred besides paving. So I think that'll just end up essentially going into our total net mileage for the road, for the town, you know?
I guess I was thinking of it in terms of evaluating the economic benefit to the town versus the cost. If we know that in 10 years there will be a paving cost related to that road, is that zero today, or is it some fraction of that 10-year to be added to the $2,200 a year for plowing?
I'm not sure there is a magic number that you'd come up with a formula. I think it's a matter of, after it's accepted, then Mike, or whomever the highway foreman would be, would put it into his rotation of repair and upgrade, whatever, and that would be in the budget that's presented as we do now with 3 or 4 streets this year and 8 or 9 next year. or
There'll
whatever.
also be the assumption that in 10 years, there'll be 4 more houses there too. Paying
And
more
and
taxes.
there's no, the traffic on that road isn't gonna generate a great deal of wear and tear.
Yeah, no, I totally get that, and I'm trying to, when we think of what it costs the town to take on a road, the snow plowing is a piece of it, but also is the notion that at some point in the future, there will be paving costs associated with that road as well.
Any road we have, yeah. I mean,
Yeah, but there's some we're stuck with. I mean, there's just a sort of an analysis nationwide about how difficult it is for towns. The more road miles they take on, you know, it doesn't always, the tax revenue doesn't always offset the total cost to the town. And I'm not saying that's the case in this situation, and we need housing, and I'm thrilled to hear that we've got lots and people are gonna build. So I'm just asking, when we talk about just the snowplow cost, it seems like we should also factor in the paving cost that eventually,
But you
will
don't
be
know
a
what,
loss.
you can't factor something 10 years from now, you don't know what the cost is gonna be. You don't know what petroleum's gonna be and how much asphalt's gonna be.
well, but you know it's not zero.
Well, no, but I mean, it's been.
That's
it's
all. I'm not
fluctuated.
trying to get into.
No, I'm just saying it's
deciding that.
fluctuated over the years from $120 a ton down to $68 a ton, so how do you pick a number and hope it's right when the time comes? Don't know.
I don't-
So
Yes,
the only thing you really can do is to say this is incremental increase of X percent, you know, 1.75%, and there we are, take it from there on out. And it becomes part of the larger problem of what road do we ignore? I mean, what road do we work on this year?
What, quick question, you have, how many lots total?
8,
8. 4 of them have something on them right now?
yes, yep,
4 of them have been sold?
yep.
And what the people are going to build? Do you have any timeline on that? They haven't said?
We thought one was gonna be this last year, and,
They cleared the lot,
Oh,
yeah, so this,
you know, I think people are still adjusting to the building cost.
yeah,
And availability of,
two of them are on Islesboro, and they're moving over here, I know, off the island, so, yeah.
Just out of curiosity, you might not know the total, but what are the taxes now that are paid on all the lots over there? I mean, if they're paying 15,000 a year for all 8 lots, that certainly takes care of
It's
the.
about 80,000 apiece, so 80,000 is what, 8 times? $1,200 a lot, maybe, about maybe, $1,200 a lot for the land cost, so times 8 would be about 10 grand for the lots.
And then
there's
what-
that's the
four-
naked lots.
We'll say all the
Yeah.
lots in general, all
Okay,
8
yeah.
lots, and then the 4 have buildings on them.
So that adds,
You
So
know,
the-
average of
450?
maybe 300,000 a building, maybe?
So you're gaining a considerable amount more than what you're actually gonna be having for input right now, but down the road, we're gonna have, it's like anything, we're gonna have, whether we build this building or some other building, we're gonna have costs.
sounds like right now it's pretty much covered by current taxes. And when they build
Okay.
houses on them, they're going to be taxed.
I mean, I don't have a problem with it if somebody wants to make a motion.
I'll make a statement and then perhaps a motion.
Yeah.
But I think, having been witness to and part of the tide change of, heck no, we don't want any more roads, et cetera, I think now we are in a position where we recognize that we want the town to grow. We have to have the town grow, and let's make it appropriate and sensible. And consequently, I think that, what we can do to make 4, 8 in the future, families, kids, not kids, but what we can do to make them hurry up and build because, Rockport's supporting us, or as an example of a change, a tide shift for the town, for those people who might do workforce housing development, et cetera. I think we want to not bend over backwards, but bend in the wind to recognize that that's an important thing for us to start to support again.
Make a comment on that? You do realize that most of the town land that's available is in the rural district? And they'll never accept roads in the rural district. That's in the ordinance. Right? I believe.
I believe that to be correct.
Yeah. Because I know our development on top of Spring Mountain is rural and it's in the, can never be accepted for roads.
I think Lance Lemose, who built his road according to what we wanted him to, and then he was turned down. And then, there are a couple others that escaped me, but it's a
Like,
shame
yeah.
because
Does that spring from the charter,
No, I don't think it's a charter.
or is that just a,
But
vote.
well, they were, and I, Greg, a number of developers especially got into, there were a lot of issues, I think, as that Spring Mountain was one, at around the same time as my portion of road that I live on, where it was, well, they're trying to use the planning board process to change really what was allowed, what wasn't allowed. Limoges was another one. And I think what ultimately came out of that was that, let's create an ordinance that's separate from all that to attack the road, and they were trying to use the ordinance, I think, I think it was an inappropriate use of using the land use ordinance personally to address a road issue. And I don't think that was, it's 20 years later, but I think Greg and Dick Nightingale and a number of these folks who were trying to build out these homes they got put in the wrong category, and I think the town probably treated them unfairly in that process, but.
I know
Too late.
on Spring Mountain, Whitetail Drive.
Yeah.
The first development is in their residential zone.
Oh.
And when you get to the top, you cross the line into
Yeah.
rural. So my Spring Mountain Highlands, when the planning board approved
said
it,
no.
it said that it'll never be
Yeah.
accepted for town roads.
All right.
And that's because it was in the rural district, we were told,
Yeah,
so.
maybe that's a
look at
time,
that.
maybe that's something that needs to be, but that's your,
So,
I mean, you.
I'm
you-
looking at my
I mean,
right.
You probably remember, this is just
Yeah.
a sidebar, but you
Yeah.
remember there were a couple people that worked for the town
Mhm.
30 years ago.
Yep,
That didn't want curb cuts with every 800 feet or more.
Yep.
They were trying to restrict
right,
growth.
right.
And here we are today trying to promote it. We're trying to
Well,
make places for people to move into.
the other ironic thing out of all this is you look at the date on when this ordinance was passed in November 2007. A lot of things stopped within the next year. That had nothing to do with an ordinance.
Right.
And, you know, as somebody who bought a lot in a subdivision 6 months after that, and, you know, it's not a fun place to be.
But you look at, you look at the developments in the area between all of Bay Ridge and all of Spring Mountain and all of Alexander Drive, all those developments all came like in 85 to 95.
Yeah.
That's when all those got built and they all came to be accepted with town roads.
It did.
So it was a huge burden on the town for that 10-year period, and those roads all came at once.
Yes.
And now the developments, they're not going in now.
They're not
It's
going.
not,
Right, yeah. So it's, yeah, I mean, really, it's a, you know, if we have the ordinance, and I'm certainly glad to answer any questions in terms of what those standards are. As we were talking before, there haven't been a lot of, this is such an abnormal thing, this is not something we've done on a regular basis. So it's good to ask the questions, and we have to cover a lot of ground that maybe we wouldn't, but I think it's educational for everybody. But the other part is, the ordinance has been worked and worked and worked, and I think it's in a much better place now than when it initially was adopted, but it does provide that sort of clear path in terms of how to get through this, because it was very unclear for once this was adopted initially. So certainly glad to answer any questions about what the ordinance says, and, you know, we can put up on the screen if needed, but basically tonight, you know, the Budget Committee offers their thoughts and recommendation, and then it goes to the select board, and then they have their meeting on the 8th of April, so.
Jeff, were you gonna make a motion?
I am writing down a whole bunch of words that might go together. I move to convey support as the Budget Committee advisory for the road serving the development known as
Business Circle, Rolling
Business-
Meadow East, and Rolling Meadow West.
Business Center,
Business Circle.
Business Circle, thank you, Rolling Meadows East and West.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second. Discussion, any other discussion on that? So we'll go to a vote. All in favor? Against? None? Okay. I believe the motion passes with recommending that we accept the roads, the 3 roads.
And that was a 6-0 vote,
6-0 vote. Yes, sir.
just poking you.
Yeah, nope, that's good. You gotta keep me honest. We all know how that goes.
No good?
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, guys, yes, appreciate it.
To West Rockport Road.
The other side of town. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, John.
Ben, good to see you. Thanks.
And Clay, can I make a technical note for people?
Yes, please.
For people in the audience? So we have, if people are gonna, if we have questions for anybody in the audience, it'd be best to come up to the table. We do also have a roving mic, which, could you punch that once on the left-hand thing and make it go orange? Orange? Orange, you glad I didn't say? Never mind.
Orange, I'm glad we have all this technology.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving right along, the potential meeting for recommendation vote on the water resource recovery facility bond. I think what our goal tonight is just to see if all of us can at least get a quorum on that night, if we're free April 9th at 6 PM. It's not determined yet and won't be determined until the 8th, the night of the 8th,
Right.
if we actually need to be present to make a vote.
I'm assuming that would be here.
Correct.
So I know I am available.
Same.
Zach,
Two,
Mark,
yeah.
so there's 3.
Oh, I'm available.
My life is so
Thoroughly
unexciting.
excited about that. No way.
I'll be there.
So we have at least 5, all 6 can be present for the 9th.
Great.
So on either late April 8th after the meeting or the morning of the 9th, we'll get a phone call to talk about whether we can be present or are needed to be present for the meeting on the 6th. Meeting on the 9th at 6.
And that'll be here.
And I'm not gonna be
Yes.
home on the 8th, it's the eclipse day.
Oh, it is the eclipse day. Ooh, that could get greasy.
Yeah, trust me, that's crossed my mind. We're doing all this on the eclipse day.
Apparently,
Trust me.
nationally, there's more accidents in the hour before the eclipse and the hour in back of the eclipse than any other hour in the year.
Does that include what happens in the meetings, or?
Yeah, that's,
Oh, that we all,
We're gonna do our best that
that'll
night,
be an
right?
accident.
No, I think that's, I appreciate adding that and augmenting that. Again, we don't know what's going to happen that night, and I know that's sometimes hard to appreciate, but in this spot, but, we are, there's a lot of moving pieces going on right now, so I appreciate, and again, we'll try to let you know as soon as humanly possible.
Okay,
So thank you.
sure. So moving right along again, onto the budget. So I think what our goal is tonight, just as an overview, is to come up with any recommendations, talk about the budget. We'll go section by section, basically starting at the front of the budget, work our way through it in a timely manner. Come up with any discussion that we should have between each other. And then move on to any motions, should there be any. And we do have some of the department heads that are not on vacation here, so that is actually. The ones who count made it. Oh, shoot, I still
do we have to put on the
Jason.
nasty filter?
No,
I just want to let you know,
No such
this
thing as
is being
filter.
streamed live, and I'm sure they're watching wherever they may
oh,
be.
100%,
So,
100%, no
Just say
question. in
hello
my
to
mind.
those.
Yeah,
I heard that same rumor.
okay, so, let's start right at the start, unless there's anything we want to talk about in general before we dive into the budget. Any 3,000-foot level comments, concerns, discussions?
Let me get my voice back. I will talk about some stuff, and I'm more of a proponent of infrastructure versus growing government. So anything I might suggest to decrease growing government, I would encourage, if passed, that number be applied to infrastructure by virtue of paving roads, where I'm going with that. Whatever that dollar value may be at the end of the evening, should it pass or not. And that's where I'm going with my whole train of thought.
Okay. I like that. Any other comments, concerns before we dive into administration? Okay. Administration, 107. Any thoughts, concerns, ideas? Anything we want to talk about on administration? Anything with regards to it? Changes, any other questions? No? Doesn't sound it? Okay, we'll move on. Town manager.
I got a quick question.
Yep.
Do we, under the current structure as outlined in the charter, do we make any recommendations on, of yes approval, or is it only where we
Only the
disagree?
changes you want to make,
Thank you very much.
yeah.
Only essentially any recommendations for the select board, if I understand that correctly.
Right,
And
yeah.
they'll concurrently go on the warrant. So those recommendations will be what's on the warrant. And then there'll be some, as we showed last night, there'll be some reflection as to whether or not those were accepted or not.
So they'll never be approved by Budget Committee 6-0?
No.
That sort of thing?
It'll be budget committee recommendation to add $5,000 to assessing, select board agrees.
All right,
But, yeah.
thank you.
I had a question,
Yeah.
since I missed last night. Line 3095, to have a human resources consultant, what was that for?
Yep, that's exactly what it is. We've felt that, it's been a long time coming, a long time needed. We've had a number of different issues, particularly in the last 6 weeks, honestly, since we hired someone. Between the 2 union contracts, we've had 4 different issues in that time, that we've had to run by this HR. And it's really about having someone with an external, a very experienced and knowledgeable person, but having someone external, to provide that middle level between a labor attorney and then town staff, town management. And to provide that, not just for me, but also for department heads, and helping them to manage people and manage the people in front of them. So right now, I'm using the legal line as sort of the way to do that, which we overspent where it's needed. But largely, these are, the number here is a basis of a rough average per month as to what it will take for her to provide those services to us. So
So
it's not a flat
This
fee.
is for 1 year only, or
Sorry,
is it for 1 year only, or an ongoing thing?
it's an ongoing deal,
Did you say it's a flat fee or as needed?
as needed.
All right, so you're anticipating how many times? I mean, you had to have- you
Oh,
had-
boy.
Well, I mean, you had to have.
You know.
You had to have some idea to pick a number.
Well, it was about 10 hours a month is what we were sort of averaging on. So I have to go back and figure out what that meant for how many hours, or how much per hour. But that was the idea, was roughly 10 hours per month. I think it was 125 an hour, I think, is, if the math, my head is right.
So 100 hours is 12.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, 125.
Yeah.
So most of those problems are behind us now.
Oh, I love that. Optimism.
I'm being
I love it, Mark. No, you hope, but realistically, there's always, something will always happen. I don't mean to be pessimist, but.
I guess what I would ask is to keep close track of how many times they're used this year. And that way we can adjust accordingly next year.
Yeah, well, and we also do the thing that we always do, which is to look at the year-to-dates, right? And
Yeah,
say,
we don't
okay.
have any history on this one, so.
No, I know, but I'm saying, when we come back to, when we have 6 months of experience to say, okay, this is what that'll help a great deal to sort of figure out. But it's also that thing too, where when it rains, it pours. We probably wouldn't have used this person all that much, and then all of a sudden, she was our best friend. So it sort of peaks and valleys a little bit.
I think one other thing to note when we were going through this was kind of a little bit of talk about the contingency that we built in. That went from 10,000 up to 20,000, but I don't know as anyone was arguably against or for that either way, but I don't know as it's a bad idea to at least budget for some potential issues that we have talked about and foresee.
And we've not spent anything this year in contingency?
Waiting for the rainy day.
Nothing indicated.
It always seems to rain, but.
And I know if I went back to page 65, I could figure out if there was any place that you might have tucked it away from the year before to have a reserve.
No, because we've spent it early the last 2 years. This was the first year I made it past January. I couldn't believe it.
So you haven't spent any of it yet?
Not yet, but like I said, it's always, with that first year, it was in the first week I was there that we spent it, so.
Do I wanna, if we haven't, and I understand we could spend it between now and June, but
Yep.
it's 3 months. We haven't spent any. So you're asking for 20 would 10 or 15 be out of the question?
It's not unreasonable to think that you'd use that 10,000 to offset the HR two that we're paying for that we didn't budget,
But you've got,
Within this fiscal year.
right?
Yeah, yeah.
oh,
And you've already been using them, but you haven't spent any of that money yet.
I haven't spent any of the contingency money yet, that's right, but I have spent from HR. So it would be an overspend in one line and and then not spending contingency. Effectively, what Megan's saying is you're covering your costs that you're gonna overrun in another line, so,
And that's sort of the nature of a contingency fund,
Right.
yeah.
so that makes sense.
But if, yeah, in this particular case, if the contingency is that we're using last year's contingency to cover legal, the overage on legal, we're taking care of that by budgeting for
Yeah.
HR.
Right,
So
that's
do we,
right.
I mean, if we don't necessarily have any other, I mean, I know it's a contingency, so. You know,
Right.
the foreseeable ones is
Right.
20 grand, why stop at 20, go to 30?
Well,
Stop at
I'd
30
stop
or
at 20 because we're just at 10 and stay at 20 for a while until, we have a sense. The main thing was, what can you buy? My thought was, what can you buy with 10 grand as a, and fortunately, it's less and less than it used to be. So, if you hired a engineering review of something that you didn't expect to see coming, for example, we had, the contingency the second year, it was the second year? No, it was, what was the contingency used last year? I think it was used for a portion of a study, because the study won't be covered in Paul, we need to pull Rob and Peter and paying Paul somewhere else.
Thank you.
This is sort of a self-contained, for $20,000, you can get quite a bit more accomplished. But, I think,
What is our goal if we don't use this 20 grand,
it rolls,
rolls into a reserve?
no, rolls into a fund balance.
Okay,
So it's, it basically, don't spend it, but then spend it the next year to lower taxes or
Can-
capital purchase or
Can-
whatever.
Can you create a reserve for that type of event where, say, you don't spend the 10 this year,
Yeah.
and you don't spend that 20, so you
Yeah.
have 30, so maybe the next year you only have to put 10 in. Because now you've got 40,
Yeah.
you've got 30 in reserve and 10 in the forward.
No, I think that's,
I mean, I know it's likely not to happen.
no, but it's a good thought.
I mean, if you were gonna have
Yeah.
reserves for anything, I would think that might be a good place to do it,
Yeah.
any contingency
Yeah.
where things do crop up that you
Right.
don't budget for.
Right. Yeah, no, and I think it's, to kind of Clay's point, I wouldn't want to spend a lot in that line, in general, year to year, because it's meant to be something that's unplanned, but if you can sort of reserve it and kind of keep it in one place, for when that rainy day does come and it rains a little harder than you expect, it'd be good, it's good to have those things available. I hear you, yeah.
I do think if we're gonna keep it at 20 grand, I think we should, at a minimum, set up a reserve for it. If we lower it to 10, then it's more than likely, judging by history, gonna get spent.
Yeah.
I mean, the real bump was 21, 22. Do you remember what was that? What caused that?
Is it-
I heard that was the EMS
Or was that Robinson Drive? and all
review, wasn't there an EMS study or
the
something?
Pre-work that went into that.
Oh, I know it. No, that's the one I was thinking of. That was Hire a New Height Group. So we used the New Height Group. So that was the group that was hired to work with, to work on the RES, the prior RES effort of reuse and multi-use there. So that's where that money came from. Again, that was sort of a,
So this is different from the
Surprise.
unfunded balance or whatever it is, that is this,
right.
the town slush fund.
Exactly. I have no way to spend that money, but this is one that has, we can spend that as when we need to, so,
I like Mark's idea of
yeah.
reduce it and put it over into infrastructure. I don't know if the others,
I mean, this necessarily wasn't one of the ones that I was thinking about.
Right.
I mean, and I understand the contingency necessity for it. And, you know, I would like to think that that the board would create a reserve that these types of funds could roll back into. And, I mean, Jeff certainly pipe in, because you've been on the board as well, but having a reserve, and just say you didn't spend the 10,000 that's there, even if you only spent 5 of it, and then next year you only spend 15, so now you've got 10, and, you know, you create a reserve, you build up something so that eventually you're not gonna have to
But it's not
budget
coming
as
in.
much. You know, if you don't spend it, set it aside, and then
Yeah.
budget less the next year because you've got a little extra in a reserve.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, personally, I think that makes sense to me.
I think typically too, a reserve tends to encourage whoever is in control of the money to spend it a little less often, just because they don't get the feeling of if you don't use it, you lose it.
Yeah, right.
So,
You're still gonna have it.
so it was so 15,000 is for the
The HR person.
HR person. So theoretically, you may not, disregard.
Oh,
That might, it went someplace else.
So even if we, let me think how to phrase it, creating a reserve, I don't know if we necessarily need to make a motion for, is that something I'm assuming we don't, because that's not a change to the budget, right?
It's just a name
Creating a
change.
reserve.
It's just a,
Well, it's making a whole new account also, right?
Well, what we could do is adjust the reserve policy to include some sort of contingency reserve that allocates any unspent money from this line to be deposited into that. And then the board, if it's over, I think it's 2,000, maybe we fixed it to 5,000. If it's over a certain amount, then the board has to approve any expenses out of that. So even if it's over $5,000, the board would have to approve.
so if we don't technically change anything right here, nothing is in there on the line item with regard to what we say.
No.
And we can only hope that the board has heard the fact that, yeah, no, I've seen you writing, that's good. I mean, but no, I think,
Yeah.
you know, if you take and run with that, then they can create a reserve, and if it doesn't get spent, it can go into the reserve, and you hopefully can budget less in that line item the next
Yep.
year, and hopefully less the year after that, because now you've got a reserve and you don't need it.
Right, exactly. It's a good idea.
He's on the board. All right. So no motions needed there, or are we thinking, is anyone feeling for a motion on a change on the amount in the contingency line? Okay.
So do we have to do anything like accept as is?
No.
I would just, yeah, turn the page,
Turn the page.
metaphorically and
Set our law.
All right, 119, Town Clerk Tax Collector, Department 207. I think, just kind of as an overview, we went over this the other night, I think kind of one of the topics of discussion was just the revenue line for excise tax, if we wanted to make an adjustment on that. Some of the thoughts were, you know, we could easily pad in 40,000, raise that number by 40,000, just judging off a year to date, vehicle prices, sales, etc.
So you, excuse me, Megan, you said at the 6-month mark, we were at
522.
522.5 round numbers.
Yep.
January and February total 91,000, almost 92.
That sounds right.
So that's 613 or 14. So you've still got 4 months at, what did you say, Jonathan, 81,000 on average?
I think I gave you 60 some odd thousand for March so far.
Okay, that's right. That's written there. So So for 9 months, we're at 736 round numbers. And I know Ken would hate to go high, but bear with me.
Yeah, I mean, if we're at 730 for 9 months, it's gonna be $1 million for 12, right, for 3 quarters, way through the year. It certainly is tough because you know, $1 million in revenue relative to the rest of the budget is a large percentage. Especially when,
So, last year, in the last 3 months, we collected like 250,000, roughly.
I mean, using the average of the 9 months, I come in just under $1 million. I mean,
yeah,
I
I
don't
mean,
know
the trend
if we
has
can
also been
squeeze.
going up too, so.
I don't think we can squeeze any more out of it, but
Eh,
I'd
By
like-
squeeze, you mean anticipate increase?
Right, I mean, using the 9-month total and then dividing it by that, by 9 months, and then times 12, it comes in just under $1 million.
And as an update for Helen, who wasn't able to follow that conversation, we did talk about auto sales and what have you late in the year, late in our fiscal year, and where that all matched up. But there seems to be a less enthusiastic effort right now to increase our expected income, if I'm reading the room right.
Yeah, I mean, 2 years ago, we were at $1,007,000. At the rate this is going, yeah, you've got, at the 6-month mark, you've got 522. But, do you want to increase it by 10,000 or leave it at $1 million or?
40K was the number we came up with last night? Or 40K we just pulled out of the air today?
I think that was a bit of a pull out of the air just because at 522, you're halfway through the year, you
Right.
double it, you're around.
So,
40.
that's double the 22 is basically what it is.
Yeah.
Right, and
Right.
January, February, and March.
Linear.
To date,
If it's
Yeah,
linear,
right, which it,
January,
Doesn't
February,
tend to
March
do
to
that.
date was 152 round numbers, so you're at 670, no, excuse me, 152, 10, 733, 735 round numbers after a little less than 9 months.
Well, I would comment that this is income and we don't, there's a lot of things that factor into this, and we had a 25-minute conversation yesterday. I'm thinking we take the advisement of our award-winning financial director. So I just wanted to see the blood go. And just keep it at $1 million.
And don't forget our clerk.
And our award-winning clerk.
Yeah, I'm good leaving it the way it is, I guess.
okay. Anything else on the town clerk department 207? Okay, moving on. Planning and community development.
Just a general comment, I'm looking through a lot of
Page,
these,
excuse me, 131,
is that there seem to be a lot of
127.
computer cost, computer replacement, computer software repair. Is that, how did we get out of sync with having sort of a rolling thing?
I think, well, we mentioned last night that there are years that in our replacement schedule are a little larger than others. And so this is one of the larger years. The other thing is, just in terms of the software side of it, we're becoming more and more reliant on these products sold that make our lives easier, whether it's managing permit software, whether it's managing cemeteries, or it's managing, it's sort of, thankfully, we don't have a software developer on staff. We wouldn't be able to afford them, but it's becoming really, mobile assessor. There's all these different packages that we're sort of reliant upon to do what we do. Yeah, I mean, and GIS I don't think we still use GIS probably to its full capacity and what we could do as a town, but, we're, you know, you need buy-in on so many different levels to make those sort of things work. And sometimes the people you need to work on them are not necessarily folks that are used to doing that, but the more you see these things work for given departments, you hope that they sort of spread, and everyone's, oh yeah, geez, I could do that, or you know, and you see that often.
So in terms of repair, do we bring in outside people, or do we have anybody in-house that does that?
No, everything, we bring someone in, we have there's a contractor we work with, and have worked with for a long time, Gusco, and they provide excellent, technical support for all of our machines, and our users too. So-
Okay, and that cost is broken up percentage-wise by the number of machines, et cetera, in each department, or?
Or where the calls for service come from, you know, largely, so, you know, it's, my office is pretty needy, you know, some offices less so, you know, and that's, you know, we're sort of the hub of not just, you know, Diane and I, but we support the select board, we sort of oversee the system a little bit to some degree, to as much as the tech folks will let us. But it's, yeah, that's how it's really broken out, where the calls are.
So if you look at 3010, computer consulting and support, that's what you're talking about, each of the departments have that type of line to pay that person?
The computer repair maintenance line, when we're calling in the
3610,
Right,
yeah.
So, do we have any, those that file up more, do you have programs for them to go to not file up so much?
We try to do it gently. You know, in a past life, I used to do this work, so,
Yeah. Well,
you know.
it's the motivation not to have to pay them any
Yeah.
more than they have to.
I think the challenge I think as a town have is trying to support users of all types. I mean, I think the budget committee is probably one of the more difficult groups because,
Thank
you know, we talked about, well, you know, it's 1 month of a lot of need and then 11 months of none, you know, and that's how do I get into my email? And it's, you know, and then we've got the planning board, we've got the appeals board, you know, we've got all these different groups that are not staff, but, you know, need to be in the system, otherwise the FOA folks don't like us.
And-
Sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to interject in terms of just the view from 60,000 feet. I've had to call on the consultant to, for instance, we have an audio mixer at your favorite place, the Opera House. Go Opera House. It has a new audio mixer in there that needs to be connected to the internet. Unlike at home where you just go fiddle faddle, okay, now I'm connected, we actually made a separate channel on the antenna on the wall with a hidden access to the internet for that device, and that was, you know, that was something above and beyond that protects the entire network. And for instance, each of the functions that the town has are at least doubly protected with sort of, what do you call that, when you build up walls?
Firewall.
Yeah, firewalls, but there's another, I was going for more of a war thing, but the Maginot Line. But so it's exponentially more complicated and more exacting than what you would do at home with your 1 or 2 computers and your network there. Fini.
Sorry, I didn't mean to disrupt you, just, I had noticed over the whole set of departments that seemed to be the most increased area.
Yeah, I think one of the other big topics of discussion last night was the lease or purchase of a vehicle, another vehicle. That was a big one. I don't know what else we had for thoughts on that. We, at least last night, talked about switching back to mileage reimbursement, especially you know, I know just the base lease payment plus the gasoline, plus if we add insurance on top of that is gonna be all costs factored into this.
I just had a thought or observation. I know locally that we have a taxi company that's business model is to buy used state police vehicles that are the same make and model of the current vehicle that is in this department that was once a police vehicle. I have a hard time wrapping my head around how a state police vehicle, which arguably was driven a bit harder than the ones policing our town, are sufficient for a private company to earn money, but ours, which is driven less and probably less now, isn't suitable anymore. I mean, I think that's one thing to talk about, and whether, because of what its intended use is now, I think we can get some more life out of that car, and it's not ready for whatever's next.
I mean, there's also the opportunity maybe, because you talked about swapping trucks around with highway, and maybe the one that Kevin has, the oldest one that Jimmy used to have. Maybe that gets transferred back to, because it's certainly four-wheel drive, it's a truck, and get where it needs to go on the roads that aren't capable, you know, for the cars.
Yeah.
And what little mileage, I think we talked about, what, 2,000-3,000 miles a year? I mean, it wasn't much.
Yeah, no, it was, I think we, less than 10 was what we were thinking. I think, I had Ryan bring the car over, if he wants to go for a ride, you know, just to get the full experience, of where we're at with that vehicle. You know, look, I think, as I said last night, I think everyone here, if we were to take a vote and we were to sort of say, at what point do you sell, and at what point do you buy new, at what point do you fix up what you have? I think there's probably 10 different opinions. There's probably as many different ideas on what that right answer is for everybody in this room. So I can certainly appreciate the idea of, well, I would do this and I would do that. I don't disagree with any of you, you know, and probably half of you are right and half of you are wrong. I think that the challenge that we have is, you know, we are trying to offer, the idea was that we were gonna move away from mileage and we were gonna offer a vehicle. So I'm certainly on board with saying, okay, well, let's do this or let's do that. But I think I would not suggest the budget committee that it would be a good idea to sort of get too far into what you're gonna do. It's more a question of policy-wise, do you want to pay mileage to people to drive their own cars, or are we going to provide a vehicle from the town's, you know, the town provides for those employees to use? That's really, I think, the fundamental
But
question.
that's not our decision, that's yours. And-
But you're deciding whether or not you wanna put $10,000 in to replace it. That's what I'm
Yeah, no,
getting at.
and I
So-
think there are opportunities available within what we might have
Yeah,
to meet that with as little mileage that you use.
yeah,
In vehicles that are currently suitable for
yeah,
off-roading,
yeah,
not really, but off-road.
yeah.
I mean, so and I'm not looking to cut the budget totally, I'm just
Oh.
trying to shift things from one spot to help something else.
I get you. I guess my thought is that if we're talking about this budget, we're gonna take $10,000 and we're gonna cut it from here because we're gonna place it with a vehicle somewhere else. But that $10,000 now needs to go into mileage or we're gonna put the $10,000 in mileage and move it somewhere else. So I don't see a reduction necessarily in where we're gonna go.
You may have a vehicle
you know?
somewhere within the town structure that's suitable for that.
We could, but I'd also say we should put in $5,000 to $6,000 in repair costs if we're gonna get a 20-year-old car. That's what I'm saying is like, there's never gonna be a free lunch here for us, right? We're gonna either have to pay for a new vehicle and what comes with that, or we're gonna have an old vehicle and we're gonna have to pay for the repair cost that comes with that. Pick one, you know, like I said,
what
there's a
are
whole
we
bunch of different
driving
ways to
now?
go, but that's, those are the choices, I think.
As it stands right now, does this vehicle pass all Maine State inspection requirements?
I think its inspection is due, this spring, if I remember correctly. I think it's- I think
Remember, the
it's-
police chief is 12 feet away from you.
I know, I think we did it in May.
Plead the fifth.
But you know, I could run out and check, but,
And so when
Yeah.
you're also talking about $4,000 to $5,000 of repair costs, is that
Yeah.
based on the other cruiser that has the
in
exhaust issue?
part, yeah, in part, you know,
Sure.
I mean, cause there's tires, there's brakes, there's, they're incidental, they're part of just having a vehicle.
Yeah, right, just,
You know, whereas, with a new car, you're not putting brakes, you're not putting new tires on that, so.
I just,
Not
you know.
yet.
Not yet, no,
Play.
but, right, so you build that into the next year or whatever.
I mean, I think some of this is also that it makes it tough for me to say, okay, let's just go spend 10 grand to buy a brand new vehicle that's gonna sit there. We're gonna drive through salt in the wintertime,
Mhm.
and I daily see vehicles that are driven through the salt in the wintertime.
Sure.
And you lose more equity driving it and letting it sit there.
Mhm.
So some of this, I think, for me at least, you can, let's say you wanted to purchase a new vehicle for the department, does not actually have to be new vehicle.
No,
You
no,
know, but
no,
my biggest fear is that every other vehicle we bought has been brand new.
yeah,
So it's likely we're gonna buy a new one.
yeah, well,
Do we need a brand new vehicle for assessing?
yeah,
God, no.
no,
also, just like
yeah.
curious, how many vehicles townwide are we proposing on buying this year, anyway?
How many have we got? Is there a list somewhere of how
Yeah,
many vehicles that
Yeah,
we have
town
lists by
owns?
department.
How-
I wanted
yeah,
to know how many we
Yeah.
were adding also. If I went through, how many vehicles are getting added in this budget?
And some of this is also that we don't necessarily have a replacement schedule for this. I know it's only one vehicle.
It's one vehicle, right,
Agreed, but if we're just gonna say, hey, we're gonna buy a vehicle with no plan on how long we think it's gonna last, I mean, we just talked how long about a road that we're wondering what the associated costs in over 10 years are.
yeah.
And
Well, it's been a year, or no, it's been 2 years since we got rid of mileage. So the idea of us having to handle this in a different world is also, we're still trying to come to grips with that too. The answer of how many new vehicles we're talking about, would it surprise you if the answer is 3? Probably, given how much we talked about it.
2 of them will result in 2 vehicles being traded in, so it's not, actually all 3 of them, because this
Yeah.
would result in a vehicle being traded in.
I can think of at least 4 right now, or
Or the 4.
does
So,
the
so
ambulance
police,
not count?
this vehicle.
Well, the ambulance, I didn't include that.
Okay, so that's, okay. So you got this vehicle, you got a new police cruiser, you got one net new truck in Public Works, and you have an ambulance.
Forestry truck.
Oh, the forestry truck,
technically that
which
was last year.
was last year,
Okay.
but, so you got 4 vehicles.
What's the,
After we added one last year in forestry, one to a department we didn't have last year, the van. We got a new, which granted highways on replacement schedules too, but
And we'd want all of them to be on replacement schedules. I mean, that's the right way to manage a fleet of vehicles,
And we
right?
talked about if you lease one for 3 years at $10,000 a year, at the end of the 3rd year, you buy it out. And then you continue to put a little money aside
Right.
every year in reserve to buy another one 10 years down the road when
Right.
you've only got 50,000 miles
Yeah.
on the car.
Yeah.
Less any mileage, tires, whatever else maintenance wise.
You also get into a situation where new or slightly new, to Jeff's concept of, electric or hybrid or whatever that be, if you can get in right with the grants and the amount of payback that the federal government can throw at you, a town near us, I won't mention, recently bought a vehicle for their code officer that was a little more than $30,000, brand new. So it's, to go down this road, we're not talking about 60, 70, 80, we're not buying a truck that needs to plow the road and put, another double that amount, you know, in gear to allow it to do that job. We're talking about something to move people.
My recollection is though, I mean, the town that you're talking about, is it a sedan or is it a?
SUV,
SUV?
yeah.
Because that's the reason that this is wanted to be used, is because you can't get places that you.
That's the problem. That's a huge problem, yeah.
And I think there's also for the planning board and the code enforcement officer, there's an advantage to having a branded vehicle
Yeah.
that wheels up into your driveway, and who the hell's out there? Excuse me, who the heck is out there? Oh, it's the town, that sort of thing. And that's a really minor point. But,
Sure, but like the vehicle that we have now isn't decrepit, like it looks nice, I mean, it's, no one's
Well-
gonna question that if it's pulling in your driveway, that
yeah,
it's
yeah.
suspicious. As a, well go on and everything.
Yeah,
front board.
that one does now. No, that was a comment about going back to mileage reimbursement.
Sure, okay,
Um,
gotcha.
But I'm just looking at my notes here so I don't forget things. We used to have, and probably still do, a recognition or a policy based on the fact that we were getting significantly more in a trade-in if it was under 100, even if it was like 95,000 miles versus 105, for instance. That seemed to be a magical number of losing value just indiscriminately. Do we still look at that or don't care about that anymore?
That's not something I've heard.
Okay,
too much about. I think we were worried much more about trade-ins prior to, and then, you know, when we made the move,
It made the move away from.
away from mileage
Yeah.
to, you know, to try to manage our own, it was, let's not trade in, let's see, we're trying to get the most out of what we've already put into this vehicle. And I think the argument, what we're saying by including this here, this $10,000 number here is, that vehicle looks nice. Don't be fooled. And, you know, I took Michael and came around on the tour of Rockport when they got elected, and it was not my finest hour of showing off to my new bosses how great the town of Rockport takes care of these things. It was not a great tour on that end of things. I think the car was more memorable than anything we talked about on the trip.
So was it not taken,
Didn't take care of that one well, at least.
was it that we
not
didn't take
doing
care
all
of
right.
it leading up to it?
Okay,
Or
it's
that-
not about taking care of it, it's in a bad way.
Can I speak?
No.
I'd like to address that.
Find the microphone.
They are old police cruisers.
Yeah.
When we're done with them, we should be getting rid of them and not keeping them, because they have been used in every type of weather and every type of service,
Is it green?
and they're worn out. I don't like selling them out to the public, because I've seen those vehicles get sold before, and then towns close to here turn around and give people the money back because they weren't suitable to be on the road. I say trade them in, let the dealer, who has an inspection license, go over them, take the liability of whatever comes of those. But if you wanna keep warehousing used vehicles, keep warehousing. They're worn out, the police cars. I don't know about anybody else's departments.
I mean, I think that's certainly a good,
Like, we bought them out for that.
Yeah.
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 We were just,
It's a feature.
we were just going on regular roads, and I was sitting in the back, and we bought them out a couple of times.
I know they won't go over 5 raccoons without spending $3,400 to fix it, we won't mention
Well, we got,
who that might have been that
we did
doesn't
four,
work here
we did
anymore.
4. No.
Pass that on, we hadn't forgotten.
You're the keeper of the microphone now, Denise. Yeah, yeah. I always look to you.
So you don't have a plan, I mean, there's no replacement plan, you're just asking for 10 grand a year for 3 years, and then what? Give us some-
Well, I think we talked about what you had mentioned made the most sense of you buy it out when you have the end, at the end of the life of it, but we haven't, I think trying to get to step, you don't have a replacement plan with anything you're replacing. right? We barely have a functioning vehicle right now, and I think what I'm saying is, let's get to step one of what that has before we worry about at the other end, what we're replacing it with.
So this is.
Because we were talking about a truck, and then we're talking, I mean, it's,
Well, my spin on that presentation would have
Yeah.
been, we're gonna lease it for 3 years, 10,000 a year, and then we're gonna either buy it out or budget another lease vehicle, but it was only, that didn't come up until after we started the conversation. It was just, we need $10,000 a year for a lease, with
Right.
no idea where we're going at the end of the third year, if I remember correctly.
well, we don't know who will have staffing for 3 years, we don't know, I mean, there's a lot that,
I guess the
Okay.
presentation lacked a little bit as far as
Yeah.
down the road information. I'm looking at you because
Turned it off. Okay. I mean, I think 10,000 for 3 years, and then we'll see what kind of mileage is left on it, or is put on it, how that department's really using it. Is that the right way to deal with how those guys need to get around? At that point, are we back into mileage reimbursement? I mean, I think there's a lot of unknowns. At this point, it seems like it's a question of either mileage reimbursement or a vehicle.
But that vision of what it's gonna look like down the road is either gonna be this or that, not just 10,000 a year for 3 years and then what?
Well, and then reassess. At that point, after 3 years, we'll know what's our CEO, what our town planner, what our assessor, you know, who knows how those departments are gonna look at that point in time.
How many raccoons you run over there?
That's right.
I'm done with that, if anybody's got any other.
Yeah, I mean, I would tend to just lean towards mileage reimbursement, but I also don't know as 2 years after the switch is enough time to see how it's working out, especially if we haven't had a vehicle that is adequate.
Do we know what that reimbursement number is tonight? I know last night we didn't, but.
Well, it's hard to tell because we didn't do a lot of inspections during COVID. Prior to that, he was doing a lot of inspections and we were spending between $700 and $1,000 just for the inspection piece of it, the code
That's
enforcement,
a month?
a
A
year.
year.
So I think that if you went from like a vehicle model to a mileage model, that you'd probably wanna budget anywhere from $1,000 to $1,500, because the rates increased since then. There's a lot more building activity happening since then per person that would otherwise use the vehicle.
So would it be out of the realm to say that 5,000 would easily satisfy any mileage that might happen, plus maybe throwing in an oil change form or something? Would that be outrageous?
Excuse me, do we have a record of how many miles were put on this vehicle in the last year? Because then we know how many miles we would be paying someone for mileage.
I don't know that.
But some people have chosen not to use it and use their own POV without getting reimbursed.
Isn't there a log in and out of what the
It's
mileage
true.
is and what?
So it's a little tainted.
Okay.
yeah, and we have to write that mileage down, we register it too, you know.
I mean, I guess, you know, we're sort of getting, I mean, I think if we went back to the mileage, I would recommend maybe lowering that by 5,000 and pay mileage.
I don't know that would be,
That's just this.
I'm not sure that
department.
$5,000, if you lower it, you have to add on the added expense of someone cutting the checks, making sure they're accounted for properly, the employee who's going to fill out the mileage reimbursement form on town time, and
remember to do it.
it's one of those, I think there'd be a savings, but I'm not sure that, how measurable it would be.
We would also have to add mileage into the assessing budget, because the assessors use the vehicle too.
Can I ask, or, was it just 2 years ago that the policy was made to go with town vehicles. I would think if we're gonna change this every 2 or 3 years on a whim, that's not a good thought. So my personal thought would be, let it ride a little longer.
So I know that this says it says lease/purchase, but how we do most of our vehicles, including the fire department, public works, all of that, we do a tax-free lease agreement, and then at the end of the lease agreement, buy whatever it is for $1. So it's not like a true lease in the sense that one of us in this room might lease a car and would have to keep the mileage down on it, and we turn it back in. It doesn't work the same way.
So that's bigger.
I mean, I think I would just like to see, which I don't think we can necessarily make a motion for here today, because it won't affect the budget, but there's no reason in my mind we need to be buying a new vehicle for this application. We can buy a new to us vehicle for sure, but buy a 5-year-old, 20,000 mile all-wheel drive vehicle.
Not cop cruiser.
Not cop cruiser,
Please don't. Yeah.
old timer driven, so it's nice and cared for.
Well, how many people would be using this car? I mean, that gets back to my whole, how many vehicles is in the town fleet?
A lot. So, I mean, including public works and everything.
Well, I mean, excluding the trucks and specialized, things like the police cruisers and the fire trucks, and how many everyday vans, cars does the town own, and who uses them?
The maintenance guy for buildings and grounds, and then this one. The rest of them are all, a van is equipped with building equipment and stuff like that.
Is
The
the
public works,
Enclosed,
right, the public works
I see.
trucks are all specialized, the police cruisers are all specialized, all the fire trucks specialized, so it's really just two.
okay, and who uses those? Are they sitting in the town office or somewhere, and Joe says, I need it this week, and John says, I need it next week, and?
That's right. That's right. Predominantly, this department is the one that uses it the most because most inspections, the most, building checks, what have you. But assessing is also, and all of us, frankly, in the town office, if it's available, we can use it. If we're going to a training and we're going somewhere else, it's
Okay, and
try
the
to
one-
use it.
The one that's outside right now, outside municipal plates, is
Yep.
that,
Yep,
that's what this would replace?
yep, that's right.
Okay.
Yep.
And it's how old? And-
This one,
Yeah,
7 years old, 6, 7.
and that's the redone
Seven.
cruiser.
Yes, the redone cruise. So, yeah, I guess 25, so would that make it 8, I guess? Yeah.
So I love being in the weeds, but we are really in the weeds here. I just urge us to move on. If, someone wants to make a motion, go for it.
Yeah,
But
I think
I think the last 20, we've talked this out for the last 25 minutes, and
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. So any actual motions? Okay, so we'll move on. $139, finance. Looking at finance, I don't remember off the top of my head, last night, we didn't have a whole lot to adjust the interest on, revenue 0302 on our checking accounts, we considered adjusting. I think we considered adjusting that safely up to 170.
What line?
RO 302
Thank you.
144.
on page
Are you
144.
changing the 120 to what? You
Assuming we have
you're
them
talking about changing it to,
170.
okay.
Okay, in the words of Jeff, let's not get in the weeds.
Does Megan agree with the 170 being a good number?
I think the 170 is okay.
It's a safe number.
So I'm gonna make a motion to adjust RO 302 to a revenue line to 170,000.
I second.
All right, we got a second on the motion. Any discussion? Okay, let's open it up to a vote. All in favor? All right, that is a 6-0-0 count on the vote to adjust RO 302 to 170. Anything else in the finance department that we were talking about? Last night, this week? At all? Okay, moving on. Assessing, page 147.
My question that I didn't tap into last night was, is there a plan to part ways with our partnership with our neighbors to the north and have our own individual assessor that can be here 40 hours a week?
I mean, the budget as proposed is to continue with the partnership.
And the reason I say that, because we were presented one, I think by you, the board, was that it's either this way or it's nothing, if I remember correctly. So that has softened. It's either
Oh, boy.
the assistant and the assessor, or it's nothing. If I remember correctly, and I got a nod over there.
Well.
So apparently, we're a little looser now because we don't.
No. I'm just saying there is, how do I answer this without getting an email?
I'm just,
I think what I would say is the current arrangement works well. I would always prefer to employ someone because, then, that, how that works a little bit better. I think that we haven't had any issues in this realm of getting equal service, in terms of, the contract is being filled and I think this year has been a good relationship with the match of, an experienced person and bringing someone up from the ranks and training them. So I wouldn't recommend a change in that
no, I
at
guess
all.
that's where
And I
I'm
think
going.
we're okay with where we are with
I guess that's where
our
I'm going. If
relationship.
you're bringing them up and training them,
Right.
is there a direction that eventually we may go have somebody of our own in our office 40 hours a week that, or is there, obviously
Yeah.
there's not a need for somebody 40 hours a week, or we'd have one.
I think where we're at right now with, we need somebody with experience and knowledge to handle what we're going through right now, right? And there may come a time when things are a little bit more stable and you can have someone learn a bit more on the fly, but I think going the course of where we are is our best foot forward. And with all the other challenges we have going on, this is not one I want to jump into.
I just have a question on these small dollars.
Yeah, no.
But line item 3026, web hosting,
Yep.
is the same verbiage, same wording, same line item, same item number as is in the planning and development, planning and community development department too. So my question is, do both departments need $1,000 stipend or for that line item?
So they charge us per license for the program. So assessing has 2 licenses, planning has 2 licenses. So they charge us for all 4 of those licenses
Gotcha.
separately.
Okay.
Which is why those guys in Silicon Valley have more money than we do.
Exactly.
Okay. Anything else we want to address on assessing? Moving right along. Are we on insurance? Is that what, yeah. Insurance, general government insurance, department 216 on page 153. I don't believe there's a whole lot we could do here. But is there any questions, comments, concerns on that?
What, I guess one of the things we talked about is our assistance that our general assistants will be receiving from Volunteers of America. Are we, the numbers that we have here, in any of those, would that,
No, this is just for our liability insurance.
well, I mean, if they screw up under our watch, are we not gonna be somewhere?
We're not liable for them. If we're paying for them to stay, they're liable for their own actions.
And during that process, is there a requirement for them to provide some insurance
Certificate of
information so
insurance.
that they have, you know, like the
Maybe
people
to
that
the place
rent
they're
the opera
staying.
house have to have $1 million bond or whatever it is.
Yeah.
We require anybody renting from us to provide insurance.
Is that something that you guys are gonna require of them before they're hired, or?
So you're talking about VOA carrying out their activities
As an
on behalf of the
assistant.
town?
Right.
So we require any contractor who works with the town has to have insurance, liability insurance, that they have to add us as an additional insured through that policy and provide, evidence of that
To what
before
level,
they hire.
to what level, considering the sensitivity of
$1
that money?
million.
$1 million.
Plus, we require them to
Well,
have workers' comp insurance.
Yeah,
As long
so that allows them,
Yeah, no, I'm just, as long as
Space.
we're covering our
And
other
us.
side.
yep.
Okay, so nothing else on insurance. All right, moving on to GA, general assistance, department 0303, on page 161. I think the biggest change is just the VOA coming on board.
Yep, that's the biggest. I will also note that, probably some of you may have seen it tonight, but there was an article in, on Village Soup tonight that, Maine Housing, and there's a purchase of the Madeline Way property, which will add, I think, 18 units of apartments, which will be, 80% of median income or lower. That's right. And so that will be what was the number? Oh, I thought you said a different number. I don't know what I was saying. But this is not a Rockport Suites situation or in terms of how they operate and their acceptance of vouchers for affordable housing, but it's another broadening of the type of housing that that Rockport will be offering in some
So
capacity.
yeah, it was 55,000 and then 30% of that.
Okay, so yeah, so that wouldn't necessarily qualify for GA, but all I'm just trying to point out is that the world that some of us grew up here, where it was all, single-family homes, and that was all pretty clean and neat and organized. The world, it's just another reminder of that. Things are changing in Rockport faster than we can maybe appreciate, so.
I missed what building was bought.
Mallow Way, so
Right
that's,
across from Miss Plum's.
yeah,
Thank you.
there you go. Miss Plums, we would know Miss Plums,
Miss
right?
Plums.
That's right, yeah. Right there with Chip, waffle cone.
Yeah.
Next to the drive-in.
Yeah, right.
Okay. All good on general assistance, any other topics on general assistance? Moving on to public safety. We'll start off with the police department, 0401, on page 169.
Jason said I could take care of the fire department stuff.
That is gonna be a good decision for him.
I hope he's listening.
I'm sure he is, he wouldn't miss this unless he's on the plane. He's probably still got Wi-Fi though.
I am good with public safety, I'll just say that.
Yeah, I think one of the questions I had on the tasers and body camera, are the patrol officers that are out there now, are they
Randy, you can come right at the
Are
table
they
too.
wanting this technology right now? Are they like, oh, itching to get it? I mean, I know they still have cameras, dash cams, et cetera, and tasers mounted. I mean, I guess for me, I'm just wondering, is this like a incentive for them? Would they enjoy this?
Well, it's an incentive for the liability purposes for both the officers and the town. I can hold on to it. If you don't mind.
I mean, especially.
Yeah, this is definitely a project that they're all interested in getting, because the technology is so great. But like I had said at the last meeting, I'd like to do a little more research on it. I think I told John today that TASER is actually offering a conference where I could go learn all about this stuff down in Miami, Florida. If you want me to go, I'll be happy to get out.
Taking the old cruiser?
I'll take it, but it won't probably come back. So.
Insure it.
On purpose.
Yeah, I mean,
Missed that.
yeah,
Building work.
if the town wanted to just give us the money, we could do it tomorrow and get it going. But I think, as I've said before, I'd like to see what the 5-year contracts in the area that are coming up, what the price difference is gonna be from the first contract to the second. And, within the year, see if anybody else is come out. I don't think anybody's gonna match the quality of the system that Axon gives. So that's probably the route we'll be going. I'm still comfortable with the fact that we have the cruiser cameras, and we have the remote mic capability out to 1,000 feet. We have very good quality tasers right now, but it's like anything, they phase those out after so many years, and they go on to a different product, different style, so.
So is this an all or nothing? I mean,
So it's a 3-unit redundancy system. The tasers, the cruiser cameras, and the body cameras. They have trigger mechanisms on your firearm, on your taser, with the blue lights that automatically activate the cameras. But not only is it your cameras, it's any other camera on that system gets activated automatically.
okay, but right now it's just you, the individual
Yep.
comes on, okay.
Yep.
But I guess what I'm asking is, the 25,000 is for how many units?
So that would be full deployment of body cameras for 5 officers. We would have to go up, if the additional officer is approved, to a 6-unit. Individual issue for tasers, body cameras, and the cruisers would get the cruiser cameras. So the 3 cruisers would have the cameras in there.
Okay,
Why,
so,
why do we need 5 cameras if there's probably never a chance for 5 officers are working on one?
Same reason we don't share handguns. Equipment is better taken care of by the officers if it's individually.
Okay.
If you're putting your life on the line and you need to know that equipment's going to function, we used to do it. That equipment is better taken care of when it's issued to the individual officer. They know that that weapon is ready to deploy if needed, and I think it's just a better practice.
So are we, not counting the individual you're asking to add, are we fully staffed or are we down?
We just hired, John gave me the letter yesterday, so we are back to full staff,
in-
starting April 29th.
Does this person have to go to the academy?
Absolutely.
Okay, so.
They're going to start phase 2 in May, and then they'll go from phase 2 into 80 hours of phase 3, and then that rolls into field training with our officers.
So, and you're still looking for January for an academy date?
Probably, because I'd like to get them some road experience. As you know, if you just hire somebody and you send them right to the academy, it actually doesn't help them as much as if they get 6-8 months
They
out
don't
on the
get
road.
tainted by some of the old timers?
Well, true. They don't get the experience from the tenured officers, is how we like to say that.
Here we go.
Tornado of spin.
Yes. They need the 6 or 8 months to hit all the old war stories. No, it does. I mean, it really helps an officer when they go to the academy to have that road experience. A lot of departments, your bigger departments, they don't work the road at all until they go to the academy full-time, but
So, and you're not sure whether they'll be in January's class or not?
I'm assuming that if we get them on, get the summer, get them trained, in a perfect world, we know we don't live in perfect, but this officer that we've just hired would go in the January class. We would be field training the new officer who we'd hire in July 1st if that's approved. And I just sent a text message to him, he's working on his phase 1 as we speak. So we have somebody in the pipeline for that position, which has been a rarity for a long time to have
So, and-
people there.
so I'm just sort of doing the timeline, because they're not gonna be going together.
No,
One's gonna go January to May or whatever it is, and the other one's
Yep.
gonna go
that's the plan, be August of next year.
August.
So I'd have to get an extension because we hire them July 1st,
Yeah.
but the extension for 30 days to, because they have to complete the 18-week basic school within a year of full-time employment. So you just, I send the director an email and the board approves a waiver until they can get into the August class. I mean, I have sent 2 before at one time, but it takes you back on staff.
So one of my questions that I had, and it was hard to find, had to ask for it because it always was broken down into individual lines, like for the overtime, for instance, and I know the number we were at for this year was 80, and a lot of, I think 12,000 came from Camden as reimbursement,
Yep.
so that's 68 roughly.
So we are still going to be for next year high in the overtime because we have officers that'll be in field training almost up till the time that they go into the academy. We may get a couple of months there. Maybe they're ready by November to work some shifts by themselves. But when we're training those officers, we're still filling that vacant position with overtime because they have to have somebody with them. So 12 to 16 weeks of field training puts us into November. Noah, who I can say, Noah Sweet is who we've hired as an officer. He'll be going to the academy for the pre-service, May 13th till end of May. And then it's gonna be June, July, August, September. He may be ready by the end of September, 1st of October, to start working some shifts, but then he'll go to the academy. So we'll get a little reprieve there for.
So
2
he can
months.
still work on his own after he completes the field.
When he
training,
completes
or
field
who-
training and
whoever,
he's
not
signed
necessarily
off,
him, but-
and we're comfortable with him, a lot of times we'll put him like in a mid-shift, so there's somebody else, supervisor, or somebody else is there. But we may see some of that return of not having to fill that shift with that, because we've approved them to work by themselves. So that's what I'm in hopes that we'll see.
So if we open up the 5th position also, they will be able to possibly pull shifts by themselves around the same
And
time.
that's what I would be trying to do, is get that second person trained up, so we would be back to 5 when the other one is at the academy. So we would be back at, what the staffing level, ideal staffing level of 5 is right now. So that would knock back some of that overtime as well.
So do we even have the personnel to train both
I
simultaneously?
do have, actually, all of my officers are field training officers, but the 2 primaries would be Officer Delvecchio and Officer Briacu. And they would both be training both of them simultaneously. But we'd get a few weeks because it would be July 1st before we'd hire the second.
So with the, after they're done, trained full-time on, is there a schedule set up for overlapping so that you're,
Well, that would be the plan, but we're still a year
no,
and
I'm
a
just,
half
I'm
before we
looking
get
at
to
the
that.
overtime
Oh, yeah,
portion
yeah.
of it, so the
And,
minimizing.
and I think that's what you're gonna see, but we're still a stretch out to get to that point, once we get them in, get them trained. Now, there's 3 of us, as you know, that are destined to win the lottery or retire at some point. I'm not planning on going out
They'll know in a
anytime
few
soon,
hours.
but, I'll be 56 on Friday, if any of you wanna bring birthday presents or anything like that. But it's, it's down there. I don't think, talking to our staff, our senior staff, that anybody is planning to go, but, you know, you throw another year and a half down the road of getting back to full staff, and who knows, somebody else might get offered, you know, $10 more an hour than what they're getting paid, and we can't match it, and they go somewhere else, but.
So the number that's in there for overtime this year is what?
88, I think is what we settled on.
And like last year, there was 12,000 reimbursed by Camden, so we'd be a net 76.
If things run that same way, I mean,
Well, if they
we hope.
didn't, we wouldn't have spent, you know, the $88,000 for overtime.
Oh, trust me, I don't want to spend any more than we have to. I mean, it was horrifying to go and talk to John and Megan and say, look, this is what we're facing. And then that's when we started talking about putting that next person on. But we do understand that, you know, next year is going to be the rebuilding year of getting those officers trained. We seem to not see the people that are taking this for a 20, 30, 35-year career anymore. It's the 5 years and go somewhere else. The ebb and flow of the tide is changing a little. We're starting to see departments fill up around here. So there's not so much of the jumping around that there was 6, 8 months ago to a year ago. And I think you're also going to see the incredible wages. That's going to come to a halt too, because there are now departments that are saying, yeah, we can't be paying this.
Will they stay the same, or will they actually be reduced?
I don't think you're going to see any reduced wages,
Yeah.
because there's plenty of job opportunities out there. So if you tell your staff you're going to reduce their wages, you won't have any staff. I still say that when we do negotiations again, Rockport is going to have to bring up so we are at par with the other agencies in the area. You know.
That's what I said to these guys the other night.
Yeah, and I mentioned that.
You want to make that first year good faith.
Yeah, and, you know, I'm glad people recognize the fact that that's what you gotta do to keep quality people here.
Well-
So Rockport is behind now because Camden made the adjustment. So when that negotiation comes up, you know, you try to keep everything relevant in the area, but, you know, Rockland's still pretty far ahead of us. They're about $35 an hour to start. Thomaston's pretty high. So I think what we end up doing is the same thing. Whenever we do negotiations, we do a study of who's paying what in the mid-coast area, similar-sized departments. And then the officers will come in with my history is they've always come in with a very respectable ask for the department. And we've been able to negotiate these contracts without bringing in outside litigation because it's not off the wall. But I think you're going to see that there'll be a request to come up to par with the other agencies, so.
So if we, I mean, let's just say, for instance, we budgeted more for a raise, a pay rate increase across the board for our police department, but didn't make that 5th position, is that gonna retain someone in the 4th position more likely, and
I
will
think we're
that?
hiring 6, Clay, so we can keep 5, honestly.
Yeah,
And, you know, it only takes somebody to get out of the cruiser wrong on an icy night, to slip and fall and get hurt, and you got a long-term injury. Any of that stuff is possible. I mean, I wish I had the crystal ball, because we've all been through it.
I remember that happening on the corner of the building up there.
See, this is part of the training we do. We
Yeah.
reminisce about, hey, remember when this happened or that happened?
this is that tainting that he was talking about.
But quite honestly, Rockport can function with a 5-officer department well, but having that cushion of that other person, when you have those, I mean, you send somebody to the academy, I've got an officer that's gotta go to Florida for 4 days for drug recognition expert training to get the certification, because you can go to areas in Florida and do all of your testing in 3 or 4 days, where it would take you a year to try to accumulate that amount of training here. So when, you know, officers go away for a week's school, to have that person that we might be able to put into that sliding position where you can cover some of those shifts. Well, there's a world of possibilities when you're fully staffed and you've got everybody back here, that we can look at those staffing. And we've got union negotiations coming up too, so scheduling is always something that we can look at.
I imagine that having 6 people lends to a sense of calmness. And I mean, if there's anything I want out of a police force, it's calm people. And but having that comfort of knowing you're not going to be stressed, you're not going to go 3 weeks in a row with, you know, no sleep type of thing.
I think in fairness to the officers, the 5 officers that we have had that have been working to get a little break and some help with the call volume that they have, I can tell you that when you talk about officer calmness, I watched Travis Ford bring somebody back that was purple of an overdose the other day, distributing Narcan to them. And I mean, he was in the grips of God.
No.
And I showed up, and Travis told me what he had done. We administered another dose. We gave him a sternum rub, and he jumped right up like nothing had happened. That man was dead. Travis Ford doesn't change one bit. His level is flatline all the time. There could be, I've been at the hospital with things going on, but most of our staff is like that. You don't see that. And to be able to have veteran officers who stay around here, that's what we want. But Travis, he's like phenom. And Mark can probably tell you the same thing. I've never seen him excited. But that man
Which
does
is a
his
good thing.
job. It doesn't matter what's happening around him, he doesn't get excited. And, that is something that's worth keeping around.
Yeah, thank you.
You're making it very difficult for me to find more paving money.
Well, I still got to do Jason's budget for him.
And he's one of the ones that I said I didn't think I was gonna do anything with.
Randy's here to help.
And honestly, I gotta say, I appreciate the offers of, people looking to help us with our project. Yeah, I'd love to do the body cameras and stuff right now, but I think that that's something that we can research a little more. And Yetta also has been very successful with putting things together. She worked with Megan on getting grant funding for her DRE course. And so we're getting grant funding to help pay for some of that. And she asked me the other day if I would mind if she started looking at doing some grant research to help offset the cost of this. And of course, I said, you have right at it. We appreciate the fact that you want to be looking at things like that. And it may not be to pay for the whole thing, but it could be federal payment, federal grant money for the body cameras or the cruiser cameras or something like that. So anything to offset.
I'm assuming that she's been in touch with Orion over there because he's a crackerjacker.
Yeah, and we'll work with those, but I'll tell you, I like the fact that she's scouring the
absolutely.
pages for grant funding. And we'll take whatever they'll give us to put towards it.
So when you said that you want to do more research on that, does that mean that you don't have a product line in mind already, or?
Excuse me?
So when you're saying that you want to do more research on
Oh,
body cameras.
I have a product in mind that I want, and it's the expensive one, and it's not cheap. Right now, I think we put in there 25,000. That's 25,000 a year for 5 years. Every year it'll be 25,000 until that 5-year contract is up. And then we'll have to decide if we're gonna keep going with this product or not. And it's like anything, it's gonna be one of those line items every year that you're paying for that security or that technology. But yeah, what I wanna do is, I have to be careful how I say it because I wanna look at contracts that other agencies have taken out to see, okay, you came in at this level. So when your 5 years is up, this is the level you're coming in. If there's a great discrepancy in that, which I don't know that for a fact, I've heard that some of them are looking at higher costs. That's something I wanna make sure that we're not just taking the first thing that's there. But like I said, Axon is pretty much the only one that does this type of system.
Right.
And their products are great, I've got no issue with them at all. But those are the things I want to look at. That and the research would include the grant funding opportunities, private funding opportunities and things like that.
One of the things that strikes me as I sit here and look at the net result, in 7 or 8 years, I mean, granted, I was pretty snug, but the budget has doubled in 7 years.
The price of wages has gone through the roof. the
Well, I mean,
price of
everything
insur-
has,
everything.
but I mean, that's,
Well, I can tell you, cruisers. We used to pay $10,000 to have one set up a couple of years ago. It's 20 now.
The additional
Cruisers.
equipment after your
What's
purchase.
that?
The additional equipment in the
Yeah,
cruiser.
yeah. So that has doubled. the price of cruisers, I still can't get a firm number on what a cruiser is, but I'm looking at probably around 48 to 52. Those were 36,000, I think, the last time we bought, when we bought two, I think we paid 34 to 36 per cruiser. And now it's, take what's on the lot, because you might not get anything. I'm in hopes that we'll be able to grab one in 2024, but we may end up with a 2025. So you're looking at 70,000 now for a cruiser, where we were 46, 50 a couple of years ago.
Buy new cruisers, does the old equipment come with it? If it's, I
So
saw
we-
in the notes that we're moving away from the charger platform.
Yep.
And so
So
those.
some of that stuff is actually transferable with transfer kits, but until you get the model, because all they gotta do is change the roof line or some little
Sure, yeah,
thing.
something
And
done.
those businesses don't stay in business if they don't
Right.
make changes. So we would transfer what we thought was feasible to transfer. I don't really like transferring light bars because they've been on the car for 3 years, and the money you spend for a light bar, by the time you put an old one on, have everything all torn out of the car, put it back together, and then if something goes wrong with it, you gotta tear that stuff back out again, so it's cost prohibitive. Consoles take a pretty good beating, and, you know, gun racks are one of the things that we can use over. The video system that we have right now would be transferred over. Those things are transferable, so.
So, you know, and we talked a little bit about the other day, that on page 65, the police department training reserve. I mean, is that something that she could use to go to Florida?
We don't have to, I think that's all being, Megan, do you remember
This
that?
year.
What's that?
What, the portion that we have to pay is coming out of this year, the rest of it was all paid for by the grant?
Yeah.
Is there anything in the budget that we're asking for this year that money could be used for equipment? You know, new equipment for the officers instead of,
Well, we've got 10,000 in a capital for radars that we put off last year, so, I mean, I'd just as soon keep that money in there in case we, at some point, lose an officer and have to bring somebody back, and we might be able to snag somebody that's a couple of years out of the academy or something.
Well, we appreciate your care and control of your budget, and we're going to move on now. No.
But seriously,
That
we're
works
gonna
for
move
me.
on now.
What's that?
I said, but seriously, we're gonna move on now. Unless there's any motions, any other discussion, motion on police? Okay, moving on to fire, 185.
Yeah, I can,
Stay
Jason,
right there.
Jason said
Stop.
anything,
It's out of- you can move
anything-
on to the green chair if you want.
anything the police department wants, take it out of the fire account, he said, no problem. Thank you, Jason, if you're listening.
He's on his way with sirens flashing.
That's right, he just turned around. What do you think?
All right, anything on fire? Okay.
Again, this department's down because we've moved those two full-timers from this budget into EMS, so.
the shell game?
Just trying to keep it all together.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only question I just had quick was the SCBA bottles that we'd been saving for, and then I think it was last year we moved, line, 73, 75.
Yep.
Yeah.
Are we not, we don't need those this year?
He
guess
says we
my-
don't.
My worry is we didn't.
I think,
I just don't wanna fall out of the loop of.
right. No, I know. You know, last year we
Replace.
held off because we had, you know, the forestry truck and we had, I think, some parts of the UTV to pay for. And I don't, Jason's not here, but 100% absolutely. That's usually what everything he says starts with that.
Literally.
Right? Literally, right? He was trying to keep this as tight as possible, knowing that the next budget we have, you know, obviously is a big addition. So I can't say he and I talked specifically about SCBA. I don't recall. I don't know if you had any conversation with him about the SCBA in that line, but I don't think,
I know there was a big struggle there for years, trying to get enough money to get them
Yep.
back on a rotation schedule.
yep,
And, I mean, I would hate to think that we would get out of, is there money, as I was looking to see if there's any money being put aside.
I mean, I think basically if we only need to use it for 2 or 3 years, and then we don't need to use it for 2 or 3 years, that's when you
yeah,
revert to the reserve system, right? So
yeah,
you put less in every
Right.
year.
and then it's leveling out, yeah, right.
So I think I mean, if he's not saying we need it, we don't need it, but it might be something to think about for next year
Next
for
year,
getting
yeah.
that back in and starting a bottle reserve.
Yeah, right.
All right, any motions on fire? EMS,
Not much going on
hot
here.
topic.
Hot topic is right.
Any changes to the EMS budget? Any ideas, thoughts, prayers?
Prayers, all prayers.
I have a question that might have already been answered, but I forgot the answer.
Okay.
Down under capital items, there's an EMS department lease purchase, and then there's the 2025 ambulance. I can go back and look, what are those, what's the difference?
It's just the ambulance, but the line under it is explaining what the lease amount above it is for. So it's set up the same way as like the lease payments for public
The
works.
the
Public Works
brown,
is set up-
brownish 2025,
Brown doesn't count,
Right.
gotcha,
that's just the subcategory of the lease purchase.
that concludes my question.
Fair enough. And I mean, I think the only other thing we had mentioned on EMS was possibly talking about the Weidman Fund, right? That's what the use of the investment funds and the revenue was, and thinking that we're gonna leave that there because of the application of it, and that should theoretically be a continuing fund for this use.
Right, no, this won't, we'll still have 457,000, I think, is the last number that it was 565, is that right, 565? At fiscal
Yeah, I
year,
just recently did it.
Yeah.
It's 5 something.
yeah, it was 560, so I think we're well over 400 and, 50,000 in that line, in that fund, after we spend this money, and of course, they will continue to grow.
Is there any need, is there anywhere, any need in the EMS that hasn't really developed yet? Is there a need for a reserve line for anything, anywhere, that you could add $1 or $2 to, so that replacement of something down the road might happen?
Well, it's a good question.
I sort of look at, like we talked
Yeah.
about with this building, where we're only putting 5,000 aside a year, when it ought to be much more.
Yeah,
But I don't wanna get caught down the road with this program.
Right.
And not be
Right.
moderately prepared for
Yeah.
something.
yeah, no, it's a good point. But obviously, we don't have any building needs here, so everything is the equipment needs relating to service delivery. I think eventually we're going, we're gonna have to probably talk about, vehicle replacement, whether or not that comes, we talked a little bit about that, I think, when we had the EMS discussion about should vehicle replacement, how do we wean ourselves away from using the Weidman Fund, and what's the right relative use of that? I think that might be a conversation point for the coming year, to try to figure out at what point do you hold that aside, we've got our startup costs, and how much do the taxpayers pick up on an ongoing basis, so. I don't know that I could identify, but I think, the capital needs, we're getting our startup costs out of the Weidman Fund, so I think that's the starting point, and then as we, I think, move through the year, we figure out where those safer places are go. Of course, we're operating on the assumption, and I think it's a good assumption, that we're gonna get that approval to modify our uses of the fund. So I think in that will come, I think, by the time we get back to the board and back to the budget next year. I think those things will be worked out. I'm not sure we're there right now.
And the other one is for people to think of as a 4305 will be there, the 127.
Right.
That will go away after this.
That's the idea.
So
That won't be there, but we'll have,
what I was-
Salaries will be increased.
right, 14 weeks worth of salaries that we're not paying in this budget will be added to next year's budget.
We'll also have mutual aid costs of, another service providing, so when we have those 2-car accidents and 2 ambulances show up, that a second ambulance is going to not be coming from Rockport. So we're gonna have to pay that second ambulance. That will be a cost for us. Now, in kind, we can also return that favor to, that agency when they need that second ambulance. But that, that's TBD, and we need to figure out what our neighbors are doing.
Well, speaking of which, where is that reflected in here with the towns that are being considered?
Well, this is just Rockport. I think that Camden is gonna have a conversation with their budget committee on Thursday about what their plans are. The last thing I heard was that they were going to continue working with Northeast and operate in that reign.
That was sort of a given, the whole
Yeah.
Lincolnville. I know last time you talked that there was some talks going on.
Yep.
But you hadn't heard anything.
Yep.
Which obviously would provide some sort of revenue based on.
Right. I think there's so much uncertainty with what is gonna happen with Camden, Hope, and Lincolnville, that I'm a little more hesitant to suggest where we're gonna use to get those revenues. I think the bigger question at this point is partnerships and making sure that we have, partners around us who are gonna continue to support us. Yeah, I think, I'm trying to not be vague, but unfortunately, it's, this is the hard part about this, because, like I think I mentioned this when we went through this last time. 4 towns all could do things completely different ways. And, Hope doesn't have a lot of options. Lincolnville has very few options. Camden and Rockport have a lot more options. But we all do things a little differently. And I like this plan. Others might not like this plan, but I like it. I think it puts Rockport and Rockport's residents in a safe place. And I think it reflects the strong volunteers we have on the fire side. I think it reflects the leadership we have. And I think it's our best foot forward. I think that there are decisions that'll be made elsewhere that are up to them. But, I think that we are, it's hard to make decisions based on what other people want to do. And, I see, there's nothing wrong with choosing to take this situation and go a completely different approach. That's fine. But for Rockport, I think this is a good solution. And I can't control what other towns would want to do. And I know that's not really your question, but I want to say this for us. I think the questions asked, I think the support we've received, I think the critiques that have been received have all been very good through this process. And I think that everyone's has the heart in mind has the right intent in mind in trying to do this thing in Rockport. And I'm I'm happy with the way that everybody has sort of gone through this and, you know, try to look at it from what we have to do. This is not easy. All of us who've been involved in public and town government in these 4 towns over the last 10 years have been talking about this issue and talking about this issue. And all of us have been afraid, I think, to talk about the numbers that we're talking about here. I know. But 10 years to get us to this point. 10 years.
This is the one you remember I said earlier, I
Yeah.
had no problem.
I know, but there's gonna be a lot said elsewhere. And so I'm gonna use my time here to say, we've done a good thing. And I think, and I just appreciate this process.
The end result will be yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Any motions, any other actions to take on EMS?
This year.
Not this year. Okay, moving on. Holy cow, public safety. Other public safety services, Department 0407 on 203.
I have questions.
Kidding.
Yeah, I know. Surprised. So, I look at this, nice streetlight payments, 7 years, and I think you said, Megan, that it's either this year or the next year is the last one for
Next.
next year. So, another 47 on top of that one, right?
Yeah.
47, 730. And our solar panels are done now, or they will be this year?
Yes.
So they're done or they will be?
They're not in this budget, they're done.
I guess where I'm going is, are there little things like this that, and I'm not suggesting taking the money out or adding money to it, I'm just saying, because we know we're gonna have some bigger things coming next year, are there any little things like the 47, 730 that you could pay this year's and next year's out of unassigned and get rid of them? And then, if you can clean up a lot of the little things that are only like one, they aren't much money, but when you look at, if you can get rid of them this year, then that makes next year a little easier to swallow. Because you don't have to worry about the 47 in next year, so that'll be offset by some other thing that gets added. I guess it's just a little cleanup stuff.
Except there's no benefit to us to do that. They're still gonna charge us the interest that we would have had through the lease agreement, so we might as well hold the money and make more interest on it than honestly what we would have to pay anyway.
Okay, I'm just trying to find a way to rid ourselves of some stuff so that next year would be.
Well, we're gonna borrow for that 8 inches of pavement that we're gonna have to take out the sidewalk, so that's the.
That's coming.
That's a rock star.
That's
She's on deck.
So that's what we're gonna have to pay, sorry, I couldn't resist, I'm sorry.
So
Don't worry, I'll be going there.
I know you will.
the maintenance, is that a contract that's a set fee or is that per?
No, per item.
Per, so we spent 25 and we're asking for 4?
Yeah. We just took a whole bunch of trees down on Main Street though, so that may help us out a little bit, More tree clearing, the better, but, yeah.
All right, anything else on other public safety services? Okay, moving right along. Animal control. Animal control.
No, sit right there.
I don't think there was a whole lot of talk when we went over it before on animal control, but anything else since then? Okay, cruising through animal control. The harbor. Miss Abby on page 215. I think just a couple of things that I personally have thought up and I should say, want to address. The thought for, I'm assuming starting the Harbor Seawall Reserve, with as much as we've talked about that, I think we just basically have got to put some money there. Whether or not we use it this year, we are going to use that sometime. And worst comes to worst, we don't use it. But I'd rather have cash saved to be able to spend than have to over budget a bunch of items. So I'm gonna make a motion to put the Harbor Seawall Reserve back into the budget for 25,000.
Second.
Okay, so we've got a second. Any other discussion on that motion? Okay, so let's go to a vote.
Yeah, what exactly is it for, Abby? The seawall? Is that just,
We put some money in there, we've allocated, money for the last, how many, we didn't, for 2 years to put some money into how we will reinforce the seawall, which we will definitely have to at some point. So, I think some of the thinking of not putting it in, at least in John's budget, was that if we put the $60,000 in for the strategic planning, but Clay's point is very well taken, and we will spend it at some point, and having some earmarked money is the right thing to do.
so does the seawall include coming around the corner to, across the river?
Just think of it as the edge.
You know. Remember a few years ago, we had that place where, as you're coming up to walk across the, sort of between the landing and the bridge, it was bulging out. Did that ever get fixed?
It was looked at, but some of the alongside the ramp where it was bulging out, that did get fixed.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. But
There's some
this
other
whole
parts that have
edge
looked
is-
at, yeah, and
okay.
yeah, it's a dynamic situation.
Yeah.
I think what some of this might also do for us is if we get this strategic plan, I don't remember what we had for a time frame on that, when that was gonna be completed, but if we get that done this calendar year, this is gonna leave us money to address any short-term issues, should they say,
Right,
just do this for 2 years and see what happens and let it rip. But
exactly.
At least
Yeah,
we've already
it's-
got that in
and
the
it's not
budget.
just one, not sipping off a fire
It may be
hose.
that they want us to, they recommend we spend much more than that, but at least if there's a short-term solution, we can do that to get us through.
Maybe there's a phasing in of the project or
Yeah,
projects.
yep.
Yep.
So, any other discussion on the motion? Okay, let's go to a vote on the motion to add the 25,000 back into the reserve, into the budget. All in favor? Okay, that's a 6-0-0 vote to add that back into the budget.
I'd like to
I
talk,
gotta ask, John, you look really happy. You're smiling, you're laughing.
I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing here. I'm trying to find something, so, no,
Okay.
don't mind me. I'm
Okay.
just over here on Computer World here.
He's watching the movies that I normally watch.
That's right.
Oh, okay.
Ever seen Airplane? No, I'm just kidding.
angle that so I can see it.
Yeah, hold on.
I only had two things that I talked about the other night. One is the piling replacement, and I know that the 19,000 budgeted was roughly 13. And there was 3 or 5 more to complete that.
I'd say 4 to 5 to complete that side.
That side.
Yep, wrap it around.
Okay, so 5 there, and then that leaves how many others to do the other piece?
When we were putting floats in today, I meant to look and get an
I'm trying
exact
to divide it
count.
up into a
Right,
2-year thing rather than a 3-year.
I have some, no, it's 15 to 20 on the fisherman's.
on the
side,
fisherman side, yeah, and that might be
And then you have some
liberal.
stock.
I think we might be able to do less than that because we've started to spread them out.
So I guess what I would suggest is if it's, is it 1,500 per? if I
Per-
remember correctly?
Yeah, driven.
So 7,500 more, you know, it hurts me, Randy, you're listening to this, right?
Yeah.
I would suggest another 7,500 in that to help complete that one side. Because when they're here, I mean, why do you want to have them come up and pile?
Well, that's the, and
And
that's,
then, come back
that's where
and
we're at.
finish that side and then go to the other side.
Mm-hmm,
And at least our side will be taken care of.
that one side.
So that way, any improvements that come based on the strategic plan. we've
Could
got-
build on top of it,
Right.
yep.
So I guess I would say add another 7,500 to line.
7505. Oh, yes.
They're bringing that to 26.5, I think.
I'll second that.
Oh, sorry, was that a motion?
Yeah, no, I mean, to me, and like I said the other night, I'm about the infrastructure. Let's try to,
Yeah.
I'm still trying to find Mike money for paving.
Just took
There's some
away.
couch
Starting
cushions
to-
over there, we could go
It's
through.
been difficult so far.
Okay, so any other discussion on the pilings?
Well, I am familiar with the cost of mobilization just to get the barge there, et cetera, so I think that this makes a fair amount of sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, especially since it's gonna be, it's not like you can just hope they last longer. They're gonna need to be replaced, so. Okay, let's go to a vote then, if no other discussion. All those in favor? Against, well, it's a 6-0 vote.
My last tidbit, the 3746, the credit card processing fee. What was, I forget the explanation.
There's a revenue for that.
Okay, that's right.
It's an offset.
Yep, gotcha.
Pass-through plus.
This is
Yeah,
really
then we
good.
make a little money. Charge them more than they charge us.
Yeah, no, that's right, these 800 or whatever the number is.
And then I think one of the other things we were talking about was the building reserve. I know we are not putting anything into the building reserve.
We talked about the painting of it, the staining of it too,
Right.
and
But the cedar, the cedar shakes.
It just, it more
Dry
aesthetic than
palms.
it is longevity, but if people like the way it looks, it just couldn't really fathom spending. I think it looks fine.
Did you swallow the fine?
I did. I think it looks okay. But it's, it really is preference. And I did get confirmation from the painter when they were here doing the trim that,
I mean,
Yeah.
considering we're putting more money into the pilings, I think it's fine.
Yeah.
And we can clean the pilings up next year. and
We
then-
just added to the bathrooms and all that stuff too,
Right,
so.
so maybe the year after we finish the pilings, we can get another building.
yep. Yeah, and I know Glenn had some money in his budget for doing some windows and things that are definitely necessary, but will help with that, take a little
Exterior.
piece, yeah.
Okay.
I just have a quick question. I see that in 2022 to 2023, we put $25,000 in the seawall reserve. On the reserves
yes.
pages, I don't see that money accounted anywhere. Where is that?
Yeah,
That reserve might not be on there either.
yeah, that is not on there, but that was, what was the other one we were adding onto that account? I mean, onto that list, excuse me.
The Winter Road Reserve and the Library Building Reserve.
Yes, that's what it was, library.
And if, I just guess a point of, would the building reserve, would that go in buildings and grounds, or would you want to see it in the harbor? Because he's putting like the windows and things in there,
I would,
There is a
keep
harbor
it
building
here for
reserve.
the,
Yeah,
Yeah.
there is.
yeah,
Just not the seawall.
okay, just,
How far out, talking about the engine and the hull, how
Yeah.
far out are you anticipating needing something?
I am hoping not for a long time. I like to keep our things, in service.
Good answer.
It is a 20-plus-year-old boat.
Does it have more than 100,000 miles?
It technically on the engine, just about, but we take good care of it.
Did the police
safe
department
harbor.
use it?
Nope, I keep their mitts off of it. It's the hull is such, I mean, it was very smart buy from whoever bought that boat before I got here. We have done some repairs with some erosion that's happened along the rail, from the rub rail. The rubber and the aluminum didn't like each other, and started to eat away. There was something in the something in the surface, the paint.
And it's not your fasteners, it's.
No, it wasn't.
Wow.
No, it would it had, daylight through. So we fixed that several years ago. But there's things like, and it'll be evident in the boat repairs and maintenance line. We'll be spending more in that to keep it looking good and, staying good. But can't fathom spending the, 100 and what it would cost right now to replace a boat like that. So to answer your question, Mark, I think we can get, I'm hoping, we just replaced the lower unit on the engine last year, so I think we can get, 8 more years out of the engine, perhaps, and the hull, unless, we see daylight again in some places, I think we could get, a 30-year-old boat would be pretty good, another 10 years, maybe.
2-stroke or 4?
4-stroke.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, we have replaced the engine since but it's not the original engine. It's not a 20-year-old engine. I would have already asking for that. So we had a upgrade of that probably 10 years ago now. So it is a 10-year-old engine. Yep. Yep.
Okay. Any more meat on the bone on the harbor?
Nope.
Put it in the freezer.
Okay, moving along. Public safety EMA,
Thank you.
0440, 227. I don't think there's, we'll have to go over here, but any other comments, concerns?
I'm not asking this to be funny or anything,
Yeah.
but, under general supplies, we're gonna get a trailer to put the cones and the road equipment, the road closure equipment in. Why do you use a trailer versus one of the trucks?
Well, they go in the trucks. The trailer's more for portable storage of them.
Oh, it's an
because-
enclosed?
Right.
No,
Because
we're all
if we
done.
just leave the signs out, we have found the signs find different homes to go to, and then when we need them for the storm, we don't have them.
Okay. that was-
Mom, this
that-
sign followed me home.
I totally understand now. Thank you. No more questions.
That's fine.
Okay, anything else? All right, Public Works, let's do it. Page 235, Public Works, 0500.
Not much going on here.
No,
Pretty quiet.
no,
He didn't even wait.
Camera at the front. Just, cut out the middleman,
Right.
Does that mean we're out by midnight?
Want me to start?
yep,
Send it.
let her rip.
Clay's mentioned it before. Yeah, I don't want that sidewalk for $395,000.
It's one of those things that's been talked about for years. It was in I think a bond at one point.
Yeah.
That is gonna
So I'm at the point where I need to pave the road, or the town needs to pave the road. We need to look at drainage. I'd mentioned before, if the sidewalk's there, drainage goes in one place. If it's not there, it goes in another. So I need to be prepared and at least bring the sidewalk to everybody's attention, and however I'm guided and directed and given money to pay for, that's what we'll do.
Which line are you talking about?
I don't know about the line. If you look on page 242 on the, where it shows different projects, down at the bottom under additional notes and comments, it talks about the $395,000 for the sidewalk.
Right, and a little history on that is that way back when this first came out, when Steve Beveridge was here, that it was pretty unfriendly, that there was no way to get from downtown to the town office. And that was part of it, and as I said before, the the college kids walking down the street.
There is a number of people that do walk
I
that section.
used to, but it's not safe anymore because there's no, the white line is just, it's not there. But a part of the big push for it was that it was not felt user-friendly, visitor-friendly, not to be able to walk from downtown to the town office.
Will there be a breakdown lane when it's repaved that you could walk in?
I think that can be like a painted area. I think the road will be, I mean, there's enough room to have a sidewalk there, there's enough room to paint a line there, like it's there now.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess my biggest issue with it, not biggest, there's plenty of them. One of the issues with it is, A, we haven't taken care of any of our sidewalks to begin with, so why are we adding another one we're gonna not take care of? I mean, all the ones down
Promised
Pascal.
It was in the budget 10 years ago.
It doesn't mean it was a good idea 10 years ago. But B, that's 400 grand that we could be paving a lot more roads with. We could be getting new police gear. We could be getting that data sonde or whatever it's called. I mean, there's just a significant amount as opposed to paving or
It is a big number.
putting
like-
in 1,200 feet of sidewalk.
Right.
I mean, everyone wants a sidewalk. I want a sidewalk down Mill Street. There is plenty of people that come from the wood craftsman shop that walk up the hill that could use a sidewalk down the Mill Street 500. But there's no reason that we need that, I don't think.
Like I say, it's been talked about, as you said, since Steve has been around, and it's to the point where we need to work on the road, so I get the numbers together with a couple of options, and if we choose that's not what's wanted, then
So, Mike, is it 395, is that truly a net on top of the cost? Or is it work out to be one of those things where 395 is the cost to do this, but if we didn't do that and just rebuilt the road, as you say, sorry.
yeah, it's gonna be much less if there's not a sidewalk. I mean, that sidewalk, I don't remember what
But is it a true savings of 395?
there'll be a big savings.
Well,
That
here it's-
we still will have to
I mean,
do,
it says there's $395,000 additional labor replacing the sidewalk from the town office to Summer Street
And the
Yep.
installation.
and the installation of catch basins.
so that 395 number is done. That's with drainage, with the sidewalk, and that was, I think, the granite.
Granted.
It was
So how much
100,000
of that is
less.
catch basins?
I would have to look back at that. I don't have that estimate with me.
100,000 less, like you're saying, if you don't do the granite concrete.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, if you do just a minimal, elevate the asphalt on that one end, that's all
Right.
we need there, but we've gotta get the people out of.
But if I elevate and raise and start putting like a curb, that changes where the drainage has to
So
go.
how much less would it be to not have the sidewalk?
395, I think.
I don't know what the number was off the top of my head right at the minute. I mean, it's probably gonna be a couple 100,000 less to not have the sidewalk. It's a big number.
And Clay, to that point, so just to give you kind of walking down that path, so we got the bid on this to come out of that bond when I first got started here. Mike and I went out there and walked it with Will Gartley because my hope was, well, we could get something done here. Is there another path here to try to, because it was way more than what was in the bond. And so that was on one rainy September day, we went out there and it was basically, I want to say every single catch basin would have to be moved, but a lot of them would have to be moved to the point where, so he has it drawn up with plans and that's what went out to bid. To the point where, I don't know if he actually, I don't think he drew another plan with catch basins moved.
I don't think
But
we do it.
it was more of, okay, well, that would go here and this would then if there's no sidewalk, so it's almost like it's a new plan entirely. So I don't think we got down the road of cost estimates and all that if we did it without the sidewalk, cause it was just like, we're starting over from scratch here, and that's really not the intent of, I was trying to like meet it halfway and Mike's trying to help the new guy figure it out, and, it just didn't, we were too far off, it was a new project if we go without the sidewalk, basically. Would it be less? Definitely, but I don't know how much.
Is this project safe enough now as is to be moved to next year? Or is it something that has to be addressed ASAP? I mean, it's been 10 years already, right? What's one more?
Yeah, I just don't know if
Another
we even need to kick the can down the road anymore. It needs to be paved.
Yeah, it needs to be paved,
Yeah.
and there's some pretty large water issues in front of a couple houses
My
there.
idea or thought was that we'd reallocate that to some of the other paving projects and then
It-
it'd also be addressed and then we,
That's what they've been doing for the last 10 years.
well,
It could be
started out
kicked
being a lot
down the
less
road
than
another
this.
year. I wouldn't,
Where are these catch basins? I mean, I used to walk that before it got too dangerous, and I don't recall seeing any.
the catch basins are on the opposite side of the road, and there needs to be some on the river side of the road.
Because water doesn't run uphill.
'Cause
Yeah.
They haven't been, there hasn't been a water.
yeah, there's some curbs along there, and it runs into people's dooryards and houses and cellars.
So also, just to see where, on the actual line item, in our budget, is that in 7605, going
Yeah.
into the reserve?
So the pavement number is strictly road asphalt going down. The additional material line under that, so these are like subcategories of the road construction line. The additional materials is additional materials plus the sidewalk or other projects that are happening during that road project.
So that's going into the reserve, is what that line item's saying, or no? It's not actually going into the reserve, that's just in our budget, right?
Right.
Okay. Okay.
It's labeled as
So
a
it's-
reserve, so if the estimate, if our actual paving costs come in less than what they're estimated at, we don't lose that money, it goes into a reserve that can then offset.
And that 681 value is what showed up from, where was it?
So the 681, if you look, the ending column is like a light blue, if you look at the column right before that, it's right here.
Oh, yes, okay. Okay, total non-paving cost of just
So
those.
that total non-paving cost adds all of those sections in green. So it includes engineering, tree work, grinding, culvert replacements, manhole risers, other contracted labor and materials.
So the ballpark on the price reduction for not putting the sidewalk in there was 200?
From the floor, I would say it could be a couple $100,000 without it.
So, I guess that where I'm gonna run into a problem is that I don't wanna drop that line item value in the additional materials cost.
But you want to manage them, you want to tell them to manage it a different way.
Correct. But if they can't manage it that way, I mean, if I can't do that, then let's drop it 200,000.
Ooh, manage with a soft right and then hit them with a left.
I mean, I guess you could say, not telling them how to do it, but you could say you'd like to have it potentially reallocated,
Yeah, that's the way to do it, put it into pavement.
put it into asphalt for another portion of town that needs to be done.
That's what
Yeah, but I mean, we're just trying to.
Okay, so, I'm gonna make a motion to reduce the amount, in line 7605 additional materials by 200,000. And to add it to pavement. To
Can I make a
increase it.
suggestion?
Which
Number,
one are you?
Okay, yes.
What if you just say, because you're concerned
Page
about the
240.
sidewalk, what if you just say the removal of the creation of a new sidewalk and reallocate that to other paving projects that should have happened?
Because I don't
Because,
know if that's, because that's not actually changing the budget. So that's what was my question is, I'm not actually I'm not actually recommending they move any money around.
Right.
Different from how it's listed here.
Yeah.
So what problems does that arise if you, in the motion, you say you want to
well,
do away with it?
because if you add,
And
if
then
you,
somebody gets hurt.
if you wanna take that 200,000
Yeah,
and do other paving
It's
projects
not-
with it.
You guys, nobody can hear a thing, okay?
I could,
4 conversations now.
Megan, I'm listening to you.
My concern is if you say you just wanna take 200,000 out of additional paving costs, that the other road projects that are on this list that aren't getting done, they also have additional paving costs associated with them. Do you know what I mean?
so in other words, say, take the 200,000 out and please apply it to one of the ones that aren't listed for this year's work.
I think this is one of those situations where remember how I said there's like 2 jobs, right? There's the first job of what's the recommendation to the taxpayers, and then there's the recommendation to the board. This is to me the second one. This is where you're saying to the board, we wanna spend 970,000 on capital needs of paving. But I don't wanna spend I don't wanna spend that additional 200,000 on the Main Street sidewalk. Is that what,
I agree, it's just my worry is that it's what you were saying before of what our recommendation, what our goal of our recommendations for is how to
Yeah.
change this budget.
right? And they're all the same line, that's the problem.
Agreed, yeah.
I know what you're trying, it's like.
So if we
how do
broke,
you
know,
show-
additional materials down into this chart,
Yeah,
and we can lump this chart into that as a subcategory,
yeah.
I just don't know how we
Yeah.
actually do that.
I mean, the other thing is that, like, the specificity of that won't show up on the warrant.
Right.
So there's, really the only party for that is the board. That's why I was kinda thinking like, and they're the ones who control the reserve, so if the money's gonna end up in the reserve in one shape, form, or another, it's really about the message from the budget committee, to me, saying to the board, we don't think you should release that for the use of that thing. Which is outside of the realm of what the budget committee is doing, but I don't really see any other way to do that and get the message across that you're trying to get across.
I don't think it's necessarily outside of the realm of what the budget committee is doing, I just think it's
Yeah.
outside of how our framework for this is
Yeah,
presented.
okay.
Yeah, I don't remember in other past years where we've gotten into the weeds of what the paving budget is gonna be used for. I mean, there was the infrastructure bond, and then that did have a list of projects, which did include this sidewalk, but that's a whole separate issue, but, so, we can totally take the recommendation or the advice, I'm not objecting to that, I'm just saying that usually we've had sort of a gross amount that we approve for paving and let Public Works and the
Well,
town manager.
I mean,
and-
sure, I'm all for paving, less on additional materials then.
How about any savings we suggest, we recommend they be reallocated into streets that are listed on there that we can't afford to do? I mean, if we come up with $200,000 or $300,000 versus, and that number, we can then just say to the board, we recommend that you take that and do some of the roads that, I mean, because, we talked about that the other day, about, if you've got $851,000 of stuff that we can't afford.
Yeah.
And, that's what, I think the approach we're trying to take is, how do we find a little snippet of that? I mean, because the 200,000 that Clay was talking about would take care of Meadow Street and 17, Maple Street and South Oak Road, and still leave money left over. But those are things that we say now we can't afford.
Yeah.
And they're not gonna get any cheaper next year or the year after.
That's true.
Is it possible for us to say that we want the money that was going to go to sidewalks, just to say that instead of sidewalks, we want it to go to paving? Not saying what to pave, we're just saying, no sidewalk, pave instead.
And I think that's what I said, because I'm not saying,
That's what
I wanna leave the sidewalk verbiage out of it. We just reduce it, and anything in this budget we reduce, please consider allocating it to paving.
I guess my only concern is, if it's a recommendation that the budget committee is making, we have to somehow figure out a way to put it on the warrant. That's what the charter tells us we have to do. So whatever those recommendations are, that 5 of you tonight say, yes, that's the motion we want. How do we explain that in a way, in a little snippet on the warrant that helps people understand? There was some discussion and thought, and a majority thought X, and they gave a recommendation to the board, and then the board did something with it. And that's really,
I mean, I think the only way
High
to
level, we have to
simplify
do.
framework for that is to take it out of additional materials and road construction and add it to pavement.
Yes, we're saying, take this out, but put this in.
But
Putting it into the same
The
thing.
budget-
problem is, well, yeah.
And the other problem is this also may not pass, so it might not even matter either.
Can't the budget committee, can't that show that the budget committee recommends rebuilding Main Street from that section without a sidewalk? And then the select board is gonna make the number of what we get for paving.
Well, they have to make a recommendation of what the change is, right? So
Right.
change has to be a dollar amount, right? So the problem is, I mean, I don't know, I'm not trying to be difficult about this, but what we're basically doing is reallocating the money in the same line. Like, it's not,
I agree, yeah.
you know what I mean?
agree.
We're sort of saying, and at the end, if we're saying the money's in there, the select board is the one that has the authority to spend the money regardless of what the recommendation is. The most important thing that can happen is the budget committee says, this is what we think should happen, and the select board hears it loud and clear. If there's no change in the money, it's not worth your time to vote on, honestly.
So we could take a vote to eliminate money out of individual line items. You guys have heard it, and then you can do what you do, and
The downside is that if collectively as a budget committee, we don't pass it, then it just goes into thin air, too. No one will see this.
It's,
There's no documentation for it. It's not like it's gonna show up on the warrant as
Right.
4-4-2
No
again.
one's
That's what
gonna-
I'm saying, yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Is that to me, the most important thing is, with the conversation, I mean, I know Eric's not here, but we got 3 members of the board here. They're hearing, you know, how some of you feel. Maybe the direction is that it's not a vote of the warrant, but it's a vote of the budget committee to say, we wanna convey to the select board, this is how we feel. But that's not necessarily a recommendation for the budget and for the warrant.
Like you're saying, because it's not something that would transfer to a ballot.
Yeah.
The voters go and say, oh.
Because they don't wanna take them,
They
they're not
just-
taking the money
Yeah,
out.
they're just
You're not
voting
changing
on
the
the dollar
number.
amounts
Just
that are
Right.
only
chosen
how
or
it gets
not.
allocated.
Right.
So I,
With that stuff, I see what you're saying.
That's what, yeah.
oh, I'm sorry, I yield to Mark and then I'll go after. Go ahead.
well, so in other words, we go back to voting something out, whatever that dollar value is.
Yeah.
That reflects on the warrant article. And then you guys do what you're gonna do, and then that reflects on the warrant article. And if it's a wash, because you reallocated it somewhere else, then thank you.
But if you
But
take
you're
it
not
out
taking
of the
anything
budget.
out.
then it's
Well,
not-
we're recommending that it be taken out, but you're sitting there listening to us, saying, you know, we're trying to find a way to get it conveyed so that it's on paper somewhere, that this is what we think would be in the better interest.
But you
So
don't wanna
you're
put-
looking for a two-step process. You take money out,
We voted out.
you vote it out, and then
You guys have heard
conversely,
us
you want
what
us
we
to add
think.
it in on the other line, is what you're looking at.
That sounds like it would be confusing on the
Very
ballot,
confusing.
or impossible.
Yeah, I think the most honest thing, I'm gonna jump in, I'm sorry. I think the most honest thing for this board to do is to vote on taking out the money and just leaving it out. You know, if you don't want that project, and I think that's what you're saying, but I think what you're saying, and what's confusing them is that
Take it out.
on the backside, they're gonna understand your feeling and put money back into,
They've heard our thoughts,
yeah.
and then they can do with it what they want, but at least it will be, have been expressed that we didn't agree with it as it was presented.
Right.
And then they can say whatever they're gonna say when they answer the public's questions.
But would that mean that on the ballot it would show like this?
If it
budget-
passes
the
as a
budget committee
recommendation.
says, you know, we don't want the 250,000 spent,
But it's not specific in line
but
though.
then, but the
We-
select
we-
board says, spend the extra 250,000. That still doesn't let the voter know, I mean, the voter might go, oh, I like the budget committee, and so we're gonna say, take the 250 out, and then that's it. If they say-
Right, but the downside is all of these are
But then
gonna
we can't
end
put it
up
back
lumped
in.
into that one big, long,
No.
huge, too long.
But I don't think
Did they
that
mention
would
wrong?
put it back in.
They don't,
Right.
well, and costs go up on all these projects a lot, so you don't even sometimes get everything you thought you were gonna get.
I know what you're saying, and I wish we could,
And to think all
Again,
at
it's,
once.
it goes back to a process thing, of
Yeah,
how
yeah.
this is done.
and I'm just trying to visualize.
How that
is-
how
Yeah.
the-
So this is,
Oh.
this is what it is. So
Right.
this is, so can you scroll up just a little bit, Megan, just so people can get a sense of. So this is the article, see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate expenditures for the blah, blah, blah year. And then each department has its own line item, right? Not each line item within each department, but each department has its own, right? We got a total, and then we have to list the recommendations that the budget committee makes. And that year, there was one recommendation before the select board's vote, final vote, which was add 15, that's $5,000 to assessment. Select board approved the recommendation, and then we had a note, because we want people to understand what that meant. It's the first time we've actually done what the charter says it's supposed to be. Select board approved means that they've added the proposed budget above. So what, you know, if we're writing this up for this year, how many different how many different have we had? Three votes?
300.
Yeah, so we got three of them, so we'll have, actually, the first one will be in the revenues, article, but the next two will be to add to harbor, and, that will go in there, and then depending on how the board votes, makes changes, and you can make additional changes beyond that. You know?
Theirs will reflect, I mean, let's just say, for instance, add 7,500 to the harbor filing, that was what we thought. And then your explanation on that same thing might be 9,500, add to it. I mean, so we explain, you have to type it in and explain what we're doing.
Right.
And then you have to type it in and explain what you're doing, or that they agree with us, or,
Yeah.
this is, so it's fairly.
But it's not,
You
it's
can't
not
say put
specific to
pilings
the
on-
pilings.
put pilings
No,
here.
it would
Right.
just be add $7,500 to harbor, add 25,000 to harbor.
And then we had the public hearing, what was the 5,000 for assessing? Oh, it was for this tax map, da-da-da-da-da.
Right.
That's why we have to have that dialogue at a public hearing. So, that's why, I mean, because you can't, you go on forever, it's, like we said, it's already too long as is. If we just try to write chapter and verse and why, well, you know, because of this, and then people are like, I've already fallen asleep before I cast my ballot. And that's the fear.
And we're talking about long, we got 616 pages of, so, I mean, if you have to type a little extra to do a few changes, it's not terrible.
Sure,
I mean,
But I think it's confusing. I think the point is that if you are gonna stay with line items, first of all, 200, if we do keep it in that same line item, it's gonna be difficult to describe, I think. And I think the voters will be confused.
So let's get down, let's get down through the whole thing, figure out what we would like to take away, give that number to whoever wants to take it, and they can put it on there. And I think you've heard our thought, we'd like to have.
So do we don't have to,
What you could do is do a motion to send a formal letter to the select board that says, we're okay with if you're okay with the paving number, we're good with the paving number, we don't want you spending 200 and whatever thousand on sidewalk. And instead of it showing up on a ballot, it would be on a written letter to the select board when they develop their budget.
But the voter wouldn't see it.
The voter wouldn't see it, but I think if you take 200,000 out of that line, you're reducing the paving possibilities by 200,000.
Right.
Agreed.
But they can put it back in.
But then it's gonna show up as them denying your request to remove it.
And then-
Where I think your request isn't necessarily to remove it, your request is more so not to do the sidewalk.
It's good.
Right, you're, so a formal letter to
You're shifting.
And so the voters don't actually decide sidewalks and no sidewalks?
No.
They just decide this much money.
They say,
But-
yes budget, no budget. So
But the
we're-
budget
yeah.
committee would be making a formal recommendation
Yeah.
to the select
With that
board
letter,
that we
yeah.
don't, we're okay with 900 and some thousand in paving, we're not okay with 200,000 in sidewalks.
So they would think of us as the good guys for wanting to cut it, and you guys are the bad guys for putting it back in.
And-
Or us for the bad guys for taking it out,
But
so they
then-
can't get to
but
the
then
town
it's-
office
yeah,
safely.
The letter makes
And
perfect
them.
I get to the
sense,
town
so that
office safely
conveys
daily.
the
Does the
desire.
board hear us? What does the board think?
Yeah.
Do you hear what we're saying about the sidewalk?
Oh, absolutely,
100%, 100%.
absolutely.
How do you feel about the sidewalk? May I ask
Well,
you?
I think we'll talk about it. I mean, I think we're gonna hear a whole lot of stuff. We're gonna see what you guys have done with the end of public works discussion, which is one of our bigger budget items. So I don't know.
Yeah. My initial feeling, without knowing all the details of it, was that, oh, we should stay with the sidewalk. But Mark's point of you can do this, this, and this, and get it done, and not do the sidewalk, that has a lot of pull too, so.
But it's odd because we're,
I like the idea of making the sidewalk safe and all that stuff, but I don't know if there's another alternative.
for me, what the weirdest thing is that we've sort of presupposed that the total budget amount is an okay number, because we're not, as Mark's strategy is, take away from here, but, oh, look, now we have $800,000 we've saved here, put it into paving, and walk away and do that. So I think it's the double-edged sword that is unusual. That the budget committee as previous to this has always just said, we don't agree with this number, let's either lessen it or increase it, whatever the budget committee would feel. But now everything's tied to this, last minute play to get it over the goal line, that all of the money we do here is another big recommendation. And that's what it would be a budget
I
recommendation.
don't believe it was a last-minute attempt. I mean, I've been
No,
harping
no,
on,
I think I mean in terms of process. We go through this meeting tonight and we identify that by the motions on the thing, we've just saved, $600,000. And then the last thing that we'll do tonight will be to say, this board votes on putting $600,000 towards paving. So that's what I meant by last minute. I don't mean that it's ill-conceived or anything like that. I think it's that at the end of this meeting, the last motion that we'll have, presumably to listen to your strategy, is to take all the money we've saved and then orient it towards this one account.
and I guess that's where I'm going, is because in listening to what John had said at one of the earlier meetings with the budget, we're heading towards needing another $1.5 million bond for paving. And that's not a program you want to get into. And we made that jump a couple of years ago where we got $1.5 million bond, and it brought us back up to
Right.
starting to catch up. So if there's a way that we can suggest cutting, and that they can hear us, that what we're suggesting cut be reallocated wherever they'd like to put it, preferably in paving. That will eliminate some of the $850,000 that we're looking towards next year. But we don't even know what the streets are that are waiting behind those ones. So,
Nor, I think, is it our job to, micromanage which streets are gonna do that.
and I'm not saying we do, I'm just
Yeah.
saying that there's 850 that we're talking about can't be afforded now, and we don't even know what the ones are that are waiting in lurking in the sides that are gonna take onto that list next year. So we're gonna take some of our, theoretically, we're gonna take some of it off that list next year, and then there'll be ones to replace that list. So if we can eliminate some of the ones on
That would be on
list
next
this
year's
year,
list. Yeah, no, I get that.
then that makes next year's list a little smaller perhaps.
But I think where, and I don't want to prolong this too much because it's getting pretty late, but I think that the presupposition that is involved in your strategy of everything goes to that is,
It's up to them, but that's what I would suggest.
yeah, and you're adding commentary along the way of, you know, oh, this is something we could do for this budget, you know, take it out of here and put it in there. So, and who knows, it may not even pass the board's muster, you know, that particular recommendation vote. But it is,
So let's just go down through things, make a recommendation, vote it up or down, based on whatever anybody has to say, and then it will be reflected on number 4 there, and then they can then do what they want with our recommendations. They can either keep it or massage it, do what they want to with it.
the select board can,
Right,
Yeah.
that's what I'm,
yeah. Let the record show.
yeah.
I just need a clarifying thing out of Mike, if you don't mind. The design of what you would do. I think that what we've just determined is that we're not saving all of the 395, so let's call it 200. Granted, 100, that's easy to identify, $100,000 of savings, but you're going to be redesigning the places and the pattern of water distribution, and basically, the next opportunity for a sidewalk there is 12 years down the road,
Or more.
or more.
And that's, you know, there's gonna be drainage where the sidewalk isn't gonna be happy
Right.
in 12 years.
Right. And then the suggestion over here of just putting this particular project off one more year and doing it potentially considering it with the sidewalk, this road is at a very high level of,
This can's
Needing
been
it.
kicked for quite a while.
Okay.
I mean, there's some other sections down towards the bridge that are sagging, not that they couldn't be dug out and figure out what's going on there, but the road
Right.
needs some attention soon.
okay. So I'd like to make a motion that we take $200,000 out of the line 7605.
I'll second that. Okay, any other discussion on that? And we'll go to a vote. All those in favor to remove 200,000 from 7605 in Public Works? All in favor? Mark,
Mine hands down.
Okay, so
Sorry,
that's a
it's holding my
4.
head up.
All those against?
5-2, 4-2, sorry.
2. No abstained. Okay.
All right, let's try an easier one. Let's go to the SALT program. I mean, I talked about that the other day. Can you-
Line?
Excuse me, 5375. And this is me getting Maple
Page
Street.
240.
Or wherever they decide to, whatever they decide to do with it.
There's no doubt that salt is down this year. I mean, we've not used as much as we had in previous years.
Well, I was looking, we've got, I think, almost 21,000 in the reserve, so even if we were to go over a little bit next year, then you could tap into that. But
Yeah, I think I've got some ordered, and I'm sure I'll
could you,
use a little more, but
yeah, I mean, I guess I would recommend, I would move so that we can talk about it, I guess, that we lower line 5375 from its current $77,000 request down to 67,000.
I would just say before you vote, we've been exceptionally lucky with this year's. And, you know, next year could be twice as bad. I think the numbers we have there are pretty even keeled numbers.
And I,
But yes, we have been lucky this year. Yes, there is some money there.
yeah, no, I just, before we get to second, maybe from somebody to, before we talk about it.
Yeah, I'll second that.
My only rationale is that you lower it 10,000, you've got almost 21,000 in reserve. If you need to borrow from the reserve, you've got it to tap into. But that is another street that potentially can be taken care of. I know it's, anyway.
Okay. Any other discussion on that? To a vote, let's go to a vote to lower line 5375 from 77,000 to 67,000. All those in favor? 5, 6. All 6 are in favor on that one.
That's the biggest one I'm gonna try. Let somebody else
Do we have
shoot
to,
with this.
just out of clarification, the vehicle,
Yep.
we don't have to make a motion to adjust those numbers? Just because it was arguably a clerical error? Or do
Yeah.
we
no,
actually
we
have
can-
to?
We can make, yeah, I mean, I think that was, yeah, I think that update, you made
Or
that change.
fixed it already.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So the live version we have on the screen is updated to.
Okay.
Not that we could
Thank you,
actually
Brian.
read that.
We didn't actually have to do
I
anything
can't
to
read
change it, though. I mean,
No.
Confusing.
Because
That's
there were a couple items too, Clay, where, and I don't think we've highlighted them as we've gone through, but the board and everyone's like, yeah, that's a change we all should make, and I don't know if there were votes
I
necessarily.
did highlight them.
Okay, so if you go through and you see in that, it didn't happen here, but like you see them, they'll be highlighted on the screen in terms of the ones that were sort of, everyone
The only
agreed.
changes they made were to conservation, the interest in my department, and then one other thing that I can't remember.
But you'll see the highlight. But you're right, that additional,
And,
except for here.
and it's not that, I mean, I can't speak for everybody, but I mean, I believe everything that's being asked for is needed. But when you talk about a $2,800,000 budget, you've got to chew on the bone somewhere. I mean, you just can't wave the flag and have it go away when you're looking at smaller budgets and you're being very nitpicky with them.
so, I think I'm gonna make a motion to also remove the 15,000 from the, line 7260 for the F-350 with no plow.
Is it on the capital item, 7260?
7260 lease purchase payments for the 2024 F-350 with no plow,
It's
4-year
the-
lease that Kevin would get.
Fourth from the bottom,
Yes.
if you all look
In the
at.
brown.
In the brown, fourth from the bottom.
Fourth brown one up.
And then, so that's the motion.
So remove what?
Remove that 15,000.
Second.
Okay, so we got a second. So the discussion on that, I think, is that I think it sounds like he can do with the truck. I think that truck should come from within the town that we already have. 'Cause I don't think we need 2 trucks with the fire department. And that's a perfect F-250, that's friggin' race ready, good condition,
It's ready.
and it's gonna certainly suit his needs. We can fit a fuel skid in that.
Yeah.
Rough.
Yeah. No,
Even his plow.
And it comes with a plow.
It was added in, it wasn't even in his budget, it's an add-on.
Second.
We did get second.
Yeah.
So any other discussion on that?
I apologize because I had to step
Nope,
up.
no worries.
Very quick
So-
summary.
Yep, so the, under line 7260,
7260.
the 2024 F-350 with no plow, 4-year lease. That's under 15,000 for the manager, under the manager column.
Yep.
The motion was to remove that.
And that's a vehicle that we do not have yet. That's a new
Right.
vehicle.
Correct.
it's a replacement.
Yeah, it's a
of a
replacement for a
2003.
vehicle.
And in terms of discussion, would it make sense to you to get it next year? Because we've got not much more out of the existing truck, or you? don't
Nope, I think we replaced that truck that Kevin is currently using, or that the mechanic is currently using, with the, what some people might call excess truck that the fire department has. One of the 2 pickups that the fire department has.
That's available to the fire department, presently available to the fire department at all times.
Yes.
And you being on the fire department, how do you use that truck?
I don't use that truck.
But I mean, how does one use that truck?
I think they use it to go between stations currently for the 2 full-timers that will be EMS, that will be at the new station, to go back and forth. Other than that, I'm not sure if they're using it to go around for, any other checks through town, if they're going to the schools to do any sort of, community building.
Yeah.
Something like that. I mean, I think instances like that, when we're doing community building, we can certainly take a full-size truck too.
So, having,
We're also gonna have a new brush truck, another new truck coming. I don't know when it's actually gonna get delivered,
Sometime in the fall, probably.
but it's like a 550 chassis. Not a full-size truck, but still able to be used for driving around.
So yeah, right, but the forest truck, or the, whatever you're calling that, is, Jason mentioned that was gonna be packed full of gear and that sort of thing, but, so that'll be the front seat, 2 people go from here to there,
Yeah.
I think it's a crew cab, isn't it? So,
or 4 people.
whatever, doesn't make any difference. I guess. Somewhere along the line, we talked about,
I mean, keep in mind, the motion was only to remove the money, so I don't wanna get too far into the weeds either.
well, I'm trying to refresh my memory on, we talked about so many vehicles over the last few nights. Somewhere along the line, we talked about buying Woodard and Curran a vehicle and taking that vehicle that they have and giving it to Kevin, because it's basically unharmed. And then doing something with Kevin's, but I don't know where.
If we replace a vehicle for Woodard and Curran, it comes out of wastewater, not out of this budget.
Well, we have a motion and a second?
So, any other discussion on that? Okay.
Quick question though. This is would replace a vehicle that's how old?
What is that?
21 years old.
Yeah.
And what condition is that vehicle in?
Well, I
21
think
years
it's used, it's not used for plowing, it's not used for, anything that's too,
Parts and coffee.
yeah, it's really, you go get your parts and, going from site to site, but it's not used as, hauling.
A frontline vehicle.
Yeah, so that's why we've been able to do well with it for 20 years. The part of the reason, and, again, this is a request that I put in, not Mike. A 20-year-old truck just seems like a dicey investment for us.
Is it as scary as the other vehicle we were speaking of?
No, that's scarier than this truck. I think the question is the plan of replacement requires us to, as Clay had mentioned, there's a forestry truck. There's some question as to what could happen with what was the chief's old truck. There's also a question of, how hulky and beefy do we want a truck driving around town to do some of those things that, the checks in businesses and dropping off, bills at the town office when it's not Jason. I mean, or go back and forth. We want something that is effectively a truck in service for us to respond to calls to be that type of vehicle. The tires are meant to go off-road. They're not really, round town tires. But on the other hand, is that a surplus? So I think that I'm not gonna argue against taking this truck out right now. I wanna see where we are in the fall when that truck's here and we have, an issue, when we have the buildings and everything all together, and then have a decision in terms of where things are reallocated. I think we can wait a year on that 2003 truck, if that's the direction that this board and that board wanna do. But I'm just, that's, you know, I don't think we know enough right now.
So what you're saying it wasn't enough of a concern for the department, you had to ask for the money, you put it in afterwards?
That's right.
Okay,
Yep.
that answers that.
Yep.
Okay, so let's go to a vote on that if there's no other discussion. All those in favor? That's 5. All those against? 1. No abstain.
Does a 510 make it to the thing? Okay, thank you.
Okay. I think the only other thing we've talked about in this department is whether or not we're gonna consider the new position,
And,
or consider any changes to the new position, I should say.
and the position that I'm asking for isn't actually a new position. It's buildings and grounds were part public works and part buildings and grounds. There's so much to do through town that buildings and grounds is right out straight and could probably use help as well. So with them doing buildings and grounds full-time, it left the part of the time for me open. So when buildings and grounds went full-time to buildings and grounds, I lost sharing that person, which can sound like a part-time position, but when it come to plowing, that was a full-time position. He was there when I called. So now not having him available to call has basically put me down a plow driver. So it's not just adding a person that we've never had, that's replacing 3/4 of a position that I already had, that I lost.
And the total, I mean, between wages and benefits, what was the total impact on that one position?
Megan,
Probably 90-something thousand between the two of them.
And that'll give us 2 full crews, so we can work in 2
4 and 4,
separate locations
Yes.
with all the
right,
signage and safety and,
right.
yeah.
And 4-4 represents 2 different shifts, is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, well, they may be doing the same service, they may both be ditching culverts,
Oh, teams of
just
4.
different locations, different projects through our miles of road.
Thank you. We have miles of road?
Yes, we do.
It also helps backfill vacation time, comp time. I mean, instead of taking overtime in the winter, a lot of them max out their comp time. And they can't take a lot of time off in the winter because of the storm, so a lot of them are gone. I mean, it's not unfrequent to have 2 or 3 of them gone in a week. So-
Hunting season comes in and they're gone.
And the 4 and 4 is a perfect world. They're still gonna be taking trash, they're still gonna be fixing a pothole, they're still gonna be fixing a stop sign daily. I mean, it's never gives up, it's daily. So the 4 and 4 is perfect. I'd like to be asking for an actual extra person, because we're that far behind and that much work, but just getting back to where I am would be nice,
Thank you.
or where I was.
So that 90,000 you said represents one or a portion of one and a full one, or?
It's the employees we have now plus an additional one.
And I will say on Glenn's part, going to buildings and grounds full-time, they have saved the town a lot of money doing a lot of building stuff. I've seen, those numbers that they're saving, and it's money well spent.
Plus, in terms of the market, they're getting it done, before the 3 years goes by.
That's not even considering that.
Yeah.
Okay, any other discussion on public works anywhere? All right, sanitation. 0501, page 249.
Yeah, absolutely. We gotta keep it sanitary, everybody.
Any topics on sanitation, topics of discussion? Okay,
Seems pretty straightforward.
moving right along.
That was the library made the other changes, sorry. 10,000 to the building reserve and
Yeah.
elevator.
All right, library, department 0601, page 257.
There you go.
Wait a minute, what number did you say? I didn't hear you.
0601.
Oh, okay, I was there.
But it's not 257.
So a lot of this obviously is covered by the endowment. But one of the big things I wanted to address was the low building reserve value, or what I thought was low. So I'm gonna make a motion to 7337. Make a motion to raise the building reserve annual contribution to 10,000.
Second.
Any other discussion? To vote, all those in favor? It's a 600. Okay. 600 to raise the building reserve to 10,000 from 4,000. Anything else on the library?
Okay, we've already, at the last meeting, we raised, 4130 to 2,000, so that's already taken care of.
Yeah,
That's
did we
fine.
end up doing that? That was a change we made?
Yeah,
Okay, so we don't have to make
right,
it.
so that's all
Okay.
taken care of.
All right, so anything else on the library? Any other topics of discussion on the library? Okay, moving on, Conservation Commission, Department 0602, page 265. Pretty light on the lines here, but I think we had a bit of a talk just about the equipment reserve for this. More specifically, using a reserve, or starting a reserve for, what is the terminology? Data sonde. No idea if I'm saying that correctly. but-
Yeah, it was data on.
I don't know if there was much of a conversation about using the reserve as to increasing the 5,000 to 20,000 to be able to buy it.
Yes, yep, I think you're right. So increasing the reserve, or,
Well,
yeah,
increasing, sorry.
increasing the budget line
Right.
to include the
Right,
cost of it.
on capital items, or, right, so that they can.
Yeah,
Okay, so we have a motion.
Motion to increase that from 5,000 to 20,000 under equipment reserve.
I'll second that. Any discussion?
well,
On-
just sort of an observation, I mean, this is something that, if I'm reading this correctly, on the explanation of 269, this is something that the public really benefits for, I mean, their safety and so on, being able to test this water and to kick it down the road, in essence. Putting a reserve for 4 years is just, I don't see it as being responsible to the public.
And that's, we mentioned about giving them a pat on the back because they don't get enough credit for what they're doing. They're sort of in the shadows and doing their thing. Quite wise.
So any other discussion?
Does that make it a real reserve or just expense?
Let's go to a vote on increasing the equipment line item, we'll call it to 20,000 from 5,000. All those in favor? 5. All those against? 1. No abstain. Okay. So the motion passes for that. All right, any other topics of discussion on Conservation Commission? Okay, Parks, Department 0603, page 271.
Did I remember hearing, Jonathan, that you would have the bid amounts for mowing when? Was it
The
before?
end of next week.
End of next week?
Yeah, it'll be before the final vote, on the warrant, but it'll be after their budget meeting. So they won't be able to change, they could change them the night of, but.
And the mowing for this parks budget, what does that cover? Which properties?
Let's see, here, Goodrich, Mary Lee Park, what else? Walker, yep. No, no.
Mark Jones?
Nope, that's a separate, that's a Marge,
That's in rec.
RES.
no, RS not zone.
No, this is
It
Parks.
seems like,
Sorry, I know we have to keep listing them, but they're, like we said last night, they're sort of all moved around.
I thought we
Really?
we bought a mower for some of our people to do mowing. Where are
Library
they?
part,
We did,
the
yeah.
memorial part.
Yeah, more, right, part of this one here.
And it includes, it's not just mowing, it includes garden contracts too, which I
Yes.
know Memorial Park's a huge garden contract.
And this is done by?
Farley has, right, Farley has had the bid the last 3 years. And to your question, Helen, so there's the town properties where employees mow are the harbor, town office, the fire stations, RES. And we picked up a little bit of mowing that strip, along the sidewalk on Route 1. That was part of that agreement, and we agreed to.
They snow blow, we mow.
Right, bingo.
By Hannaford.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah. I don't know, 60,000 seems to be
Teamwork.
awfully high.
Hi, Janet.
Hi. So throughout here, there's all this mowing.
Yep,
Some the town does,
yep,
some we have contracts for.
right.
It might not be this department, but I'm just gonna ask it during this department.
Sure.
The ones that we have contracts for, and nobody wants to mow the cemetery or anything like that,
Right.
why don't we just hire an employee to do it? Why do we contract it out?
Well, Glenn talked a little bit about that last time, but the amount of time, energy, effort that would go into us keeping track and maintaining our cemeteries and all these parks would be tremendous. So for example, we have staff that, we have our buildings and grounds guys, they do RES and all those places I was talking about.
Right.
The harbor folks handle those places. But the amount of time, it's 8 hours of staff time to just do RES alone.
Yeah, I still don't understand that, but that's immaterial. I don't
Okay.
understand, you're saying that it is cheaper to hire an outside firm
Yep. We don't, yeah.
than us
right.
to just hire somebody that just mows.
It would take
Yeah.
more than one person.
Wouldn't you say it would take 3 to 4 employees? I
At least.
don't know that you could do it with even 4.
At least.
So it would be 4 full-time employees at least, like you
And-
said, to do.
And then we're buying trucks and we're buying
To do the
mowers.
part that just we're contracting out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
at least.
it's,
over $200,000 a year in mowing contracts, that's how mowing there is.
Right, I understand that, and that's why I'm
Yeah.
wondering if hiring outside versus us
Yeah.
hiring, which one was, that's all I wanna know is the financial.
Well, it's
How
the
it balances
equipment, we'd
out.
have to buy equipment, we'd have to hire employees, they'd be seasonal employees, so then we're paying unemployment, presumably unemployment compensation through the winter for those employees.
Uh-huh.
It would probably end up costing us way more than the 200,000 that we're contracting that out for at
Okay,
the end of the day.
And to the point of the numbers of like 4 employees would be optimum to do that. If we have rain, no rain, that one day they have to jump on everything. And a company that has 12 to 15 to 120 employees can do that.
So we've already looked into it, and that's really what my question was, is that
Yeah.
we
And I,
looked at the option.
and I would say that, so as I mentioned this before, when I got here, the idea was, well, we'll buy a mower and we'll try to take away some of what we were putting out for contract and try to do more of it in ourselves. And I think in some places it's gone well, and in some places, I don't think it's gone as well as it could. And I think part of that is the people that we're hiring, we can use better somewhere else. We're not very good about hiring part-time people. It's not really something we do well enough. And so, you know, having somebody for just the summer months or just the winter months, it's really hard. It's a really difficult thing for us. So I think in concept, like I said, I've seen towns try to do this 1,000 different ways. And what you're good at, and what you're not, you're not. And I've never seen us be very good about mowing
Okay.
anywhere.
And the mowers, you run them for a day and it's almost like 2 to 3 hours to get them maintenance when you're done with them, so they're ready to go the next time. And mowers alone, you're looking at like 50 or 55,000 in mowers to take that job on,
They get
to start.
replaced every couple of years.
Yeah, they get abused.
Worse than the cruisers.
And we can't replace it until they got 90,000 miles on them.
Especially on those cemeteries.
Put a mower behind this.
All raccoons. Raccoons.
Okay.
I'll tell you that Friday.
So parks,
So any other discussion on parks?
Wait, okay, I'm sorry. I was zoning out on this. Denise, at the last discussion on parks, Walker Park Reserve Deposit, you said RES is going to have a new playground. What's the timeline on that?
Construction,
Summer 2025.
yeah.
yeah, construction will be 2025, probably 2026.
Okay. And what is the?
That is official too, that did get passed. When did that,
What's that?
wasn't that gonna get voted on somewhat recently? That did
They
pass?
voted on it last year.
Oh, all right.
And they're in the process of designing, and that's sort of their schedule.
So do we know what, I mean, the reserve right now, what would that be used for at Walker? Because I know they did some fairly extensive work, what, a year, 2 years ago? Over
I
there?
think the Parks Committee is looking into that.
Yeah. So the merry-go-round was replaced,
Right.
which was sorely needed, and a lot of work had gone into that.
Was that a donation, by the way? At one point, actually, one of the members of the Budget Committee, 3 or 4 years ago, said that they would donate the merry-go-round. Am I wrong, or did we just not
I
take
came
them
in
up?
after that one, so,
Doug mentioned that, and it was the.
Owns a trucking, he was gonna participate in
Yeah,
that.
and Rockport Steel, were they gonna?
But the merry-go-round ended up being in such poor shape that everybody just kinda walked away.
Oh, that was a repair of existing.
It just was too far gone.
It must have had 90,000 miles on it.
Oh, 90,000 kids.
absolutely.
Just blame the police department. We're maintaining it.
The wall down at Walker Park is quite a mess, you know, the wall that was put in,
Yeah.
that really got destroyed.
Oh, down along the,
Didn't that just get done?
Yeah.
Mother Nature.
Yeah,
30 days or
Along the shoreline.
30 feet?
yeah, there are rocks
Okay, guaranteed.
everywhere.
Still have the receipt. Yeah.
Okay, any other discussion on parks? Okay. Moving on to the Opera House. Page 277, Department 0604.
So, can you give me a breakdown of the 2014 wages? I just like a $47,000 increase. How many full-time people we got?
We have no full-time people. We have 1, 2, we have 7 part-time people. 4 video techs, well, not video techs, 4 lighting, sound technicians, which their wage, the bulk of that increase is them, has a offset of $39,000 in the revenue.
Yeah.
And then the 2 rental agents, their combined time is 40 hours. One of them focuses on renting the facility, the other one focuses on produced events where we collect the ticket revenue for those. And then we have our jack of all trades, does the cleaning, the event attendant stuff, and honestly, whatever else he's asked us to do.
Question on 4110 sprinkler system, 7,500.
Yep.
You really want to do the additional testing and risk having it go further. I mean, we're looking at spending $300,000 just to replace it.
I mean, we have to do the testing. Our license, our issued license through the state fire marshal's office was contingent on us doing that testing.
It could pass, Mark, it'll be all right.
We'll stop the video.
Testing,
Optimism here, optimism.
because I haven't said the other S word yet, right? Was there a request, did somebody have a talk about whether we put enough in the reserve?
The Opera House Reserve?
Yeah, because there's nothing in there.
I mean, I think, yeah, I don't know. This is just gonna be a hard budget year for this because there's not that many unknowns, but the unknowns that are unknown are,
Very expensive.
If we're
Could-
spending,
could be a lot.
if we're spending $60,000 for them to review the building, and if there's any money left over, go to the VE. So if we're spending $60,000 for them to look at the building to tell us what's wrong with it, wouldn't it behoove of us to put a crumb or two into the reserve so that we can help offset whatever that crazy fee is gonna be?
Right.
I mean,
Something.
you know,
I mean, I think though, I guess where, I was thinking about that some today, and if we end up, they find something that's basically an issue that we're gonna need to address sooner rather than later, then that's gonna limit. Theoretically, it should reduce some of the other costs, a lot of the other costs that we're gonna have.
So, along those same lines, if in December the fire marshal comes back and says, nope, you haven't really shown enough motivational effort, or whatever you wanna call it, towards getting things fixed, and I'm not issuing you an extension on your permit, can we then get by with having your fire person on hand?
The fire
Yes.
warden. Yeah.
At events?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I just.
Not preferred, but.
No, I'm just, I
It's
didn't,
something.
if we weren't gonna do that, and we at least showed a good faith effort in putting something into the reserves towards something we know has gotta be fixed. I guess I would.
Honestly, I think the repairs that need to be done there are so expensive, the only way we're gonna pay for them is either a private donor sets up in a big way, or we have to bond
And see,
whatever
and
repairs.
that goes back to what you had said about the street, $1.5 million for that, or, you know, $750,000 for that. And that's why we're
Where we
being
are.
critical about a lot of stuff,
Yep.
because
Yeah, I hear you.
I'll make a motion to put 50,000 into the reserve for the Opera House. Just as a placeholder towards something.
I'll second that.
But reserves are kind of anything in the budget, reserves are what things that are really focused, aren't they?
Well, and a focus that we know is the $300,000 for the sprinkler system and whatever else that $60,000 survey might tell us. I guess I'm trying to plant the seed towards having something when the time comes. That's all my thought process.
Yeah.
I mean, I just would rather not, I mean, you gotta go borrow $750,000 to fix it. I'd rather do 700 because we put 50 in the reserve, you know. It doesn't make much, but it's still showing that we're.
It'll also still give us 50 grand up front to say, give us a design engineering plan.
Yeah.
And so we can put it out to bid.
What's our timeline? I mean, that last part is convincing to me. What's our reasonable timeline on these sort of things happening? We have the person that comes and checks our sprinklers. Is it's going to happen sometime in the next 9 months? 1 month.
Months, May.
Yeah, as soon as the weather, as soon as it warms up
Okay.
enough and consistently stays warm for them to charge it.
And then that informs us as to what direction we take.
Well, as far as the sprinkler system itself.
That particular, yeah.
But the overall,
the overarching question of,
well, the assessment, right? What did we call that?
$60,000
Yeah.
assessment of the building.
And the only concern I have about that in terms of timetable is everyone who's either planning work or doing work is busy to all get out and can plan their schedule, years in advance. So that's my only hesitation of, well, when's that going to come to land for us to make decisions? But, I mean, I think the sprinkler issue is going to force hands perhaps one way, and then when we can get someone to write up a report and tell us what our real shortcomings are. I was hoping we'd have something for next year's budget. That's my sort of hope.
I mean, can you at least get on somebody's dance card now to say?
That's what, we get through this, then, you guys like it, they like it, away we go.
And a wink and a nod, if you started in June, we'll pay you after July 1st.
Yeah, somebody might have done that in a municipality once or twice, yeah.
All right, any other discussion on that?
Randy, I am trying to spend money, you're listening to that, right?
I went out and checked where the AED was.
Thanks.
Found it.
that hall,
I haven't found the thermostat for this place yet, but.
that's a good question.
It's over
All right,
all.
so let's go to a vote on adding 50,000 to, I believe, line 7565, the Opera House Building Reserve. All those in favor? All those against?
Abstain.
Are you against or you abstain?
I'm actually going to abstain, so,
Okay, so 3, 4, 2
Being one.
against, 1
Being one of
abstain
the technicians.
on adding money to the reserve.
Doesn't it-
That motion does not pass.
A vote for?
Yeah.
no.
No.
I thought somewhere that
There are times when an abstention
Well,
is a
and-
negative vote,
and
but
we-
not here.
and we as a group
Still has to be voted.
can say whether we don't have a problem with that or not.
That's right.
As well, I
You
think.
could.
So I don't have a problem if you vote for it, because it's not,
In terms of,
instead of abstaining. I mean,
right.
We should have talked about that, I guess, first, but, I mean, it's the same way with the board, we did it once, somebody had a conflict, and it's like we talked amongst ourselves in a
Yeah.
public meeting and said, we don't care whether somebody votes for something or not.
Yeah. To be honest, I see it as a bonding thing. I see that amount of money is so much that's what bonds are designed to do. So I could take some flack for being one of the people that works there, and so it's convenient for me to
And,
abstain. But
and to Clay's point, that also, you're right, that could be a bonding thing, that 50,000 could do some sort of work beyond the 60,000
Yeah.
analysis.
And that's why I said that was the most compelling thing for me. Yeah,
but not that compelling.
but apparently, either that or my brain's like slowing up.
Well,
All right, any other comments, concerns on the Opera House? Any other discussion?
Plan it or remodel.
Okay, moving on to rec.
Culture.
Okay. I think we had something here.
well, they talked about paving at one point in time, and it got taken out. Because they weren't, something about the, moving the gate, there was money for the gate. Because they talked about moving the gate this year, and that's when they
Right.
were gonna fix the inside parking lot. Because that,
Well, that, right, that's when that would be opened up for parking. Yeah, that's when the gate moves.
So when we move that gate though, that parking lot, we're not gonna be able to put that parking lot in for 10 grand, right? And I'm assuming we're moving that gate, didn't we say we were moving that gate next year?
Yeah.
So
Adding more money to go.
where,
Sorry.
where that parking lot would be is our house, you probably remember. And I think the ground is fairly solid there, so it's just a matter of removing the growth off the top of it.
yeah, I just, I mean, if it's 60,000 a mile, a couple parks for the year, it's gonna be more than that to take some grass off.
Well, see, then
I'm,
we-
I'm asking the question right now to make sure there isn't another plan on this, so. No, there isn't additional money in there for moving the gate and clearing the parking lot.
There is not.
There is not.
Right. So that would be coming from the reserve or
Or
from next year's budget.
Next year's budget, right, exactly.
But if we have money in the reserve for,
We could tap into it. The
but we
other,
only,
Yeah.
what do we have in the reserve, like 10? I can't remember.
We haven't spent any of it, so it should be 10/23.
I thought we did spend some,
Well-
maybe we didn't. Oh, that was one of the reserves, right, that we needed to
well, we're,
to
No,
add?
we're taking the money
Oh,
out
rec,
for the courts, the resurfacing and the new map.
so Jason says it's 1,500. He figures he can use current budget or money from fundraising if needed to clear that lot and move the gate. So,
So this spring use from this budget,
it, potentially, yeah, if things worked out.
okay?
We,
Cool.
we gonna plow that in the winter time so people can park there? Little humor on my part.
Might as
May
well
not be
open up
as
parking.
crazy as, you know, there are people like to walk in there, you know?
Safety is no accident.
Well, if you have a gate, you gotta
Yeah.
plow up through.
Exactly.
You know, so-
Well, and, you know, as it is now, when people park there and walk in, when it's just plowed up to that, it's not great, so.
Anyway, any motions?
So we're gonna have 52,900, 53,000 in the reserve. The rec reserve, right? That's what we're doing here?
Correct. 42.
3620. I think that number needs to be updated, but.
Well,
But that's
yeah.
with the 10 that's going in there. Oh, wait, no.
No. That's before the 10, but it's also inclusive of the,
We have to take the money out from the court.
thank you. Yep.
Oh, yes, okay.
So we have
Right.
52 less what we're putting in for the courts. I want to say it's around 40, but if Jason will text me before I have that answer while I'm looking it up, the quote.
He's too busy texting me to text you. Right.
I'm gonna take a break.
I mean, you can't blame him.
Court. Yeah, you type court and I get all the stuff about the wide. Not helpful. Jeez.
Not going to that court.
There we go.
Recreation reserve is 5,266. That's what's in there.
So that's that's before
The
this
10,000,
fiscal year.
Right.
But then, so we're adding 10 and then taking away whatever the quote is for the,
So it'd be 62,966 minus whatever.
Yep.
I mean,
Yeah, it's 40,224.
so we'll end up with around 20.
Yeah, so we'd have enough if to use that. So, I'm sorry, you guys were talking, I was looking that up, but you could use the reserve if you wanted to open that up, move the gates.
It's gotta be done sometime.
Yeah.
And, I mean, people have been very generous over there now by donating money. And if
Yep.
anybody wants to, maybe they can just donate and have it put into
Yeah.
an earmark for the reserve or the backfill, but in case it doesn't, let's, get it down. We're losing our crowd.
Okay, so, any other comments on rec?
Oh, so, we have to make a motion, right, to do that?
Do it, yeah.
I move we use 42,000 or whatever that number is.
Oh, I don't think we actually have to though, that's already getting spent, right?
We've already done that.
Yeah.
We don't have to make a motion for that.
Yeah, if we're not adding more to the reserve, then.
Disregard.
All right, moving on to, buildings and grounds. Buildings and grounds. Any hot topics in buildings and grounds? Page 290, 293. 295.
They're doing a great job, good idea, moving on.
Okay. No big spots for discussion that I'm hearing. So we'll continue on, municipal building, town office.
Deadly.
I think one of them in the town office was the building reserve, if we were gonna keep it at that same level of 45. Cause I think we were,
I thought we dropped it to 30.
Yeah, didn't,
My notes have 30 and 15
towards
to public
public safety.
safety.
yeah,
And it says may be combined with other building assessments.
I guess my question is, did that did actually get changed?
Don't think we did add it to,
Yeah, no, they agreed with that, going through it.
So is that in the yellow box 30?
Yeah, sorry.
No worries.
That got dropped to
Okay,
30.
so that's down to
So
30.
there's that, and then
You got-
public
that's the
safety is the
30.
15.
Okay,
so that, does that say 40? No.
Yeah,
Well, it was 45, but now it's
that's
30.
30.
Okay,
The yellow
sorry.
box is 30.
Yeah.
Oh,
This angle looks like a 4.
Yeah,
That's what
Helen,
I
don't
thought
even
it
bother.
was,
Don't-
too.
that's-
We ought to
I
have
promise
bigger,
it's a 30.
we ought to have a
Okay.
bigger TV.
No, it's not
And
that,
there's
it's,
something between my laptop and that TV that.
it's source.
Okay,
So that change is reflected, that 15 is reflected in the.
Yeah, so here's the 30, here's the
and
15.
Perfect.
okay, nothing else on the town office. All right, moving on to public safety building. 703, it's 305. Anything on here?
I think it stayed the same.
Okay. Moving right along. 2, buildings and grounds, municipal building, West Rockport Fire Station, page 311. This is gonna be a bit of, as said, shot in the dark, some of these numbers
Yeah.
are pretty,
I did move the heating fuel to LP gas. just in
Okay.
case you're wondering.
yep, good. Any other questions?
I just have
comments?
one, like, what type of things for $12,500 for general supplies for the fire station are included in the fire department budget?
New building,
Line 5415, what are we spending that on? It's not already
they
included.
said new building furniture, computers, and kitchen equipment.
Yep.
Okay,
Ideally, that'll be a one-time furnish the
Gotcha.
place
Yeah.
expense, I believe.
yeah, if I went to the next page, I would have read that.
Outfitting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Took out his business on.
It, yeah. I think, you know, Jason's done a lot to buy things as much as he can in advance, you know, buy something and store it at Clay's garage or whatever he's doing. But, you know, storing
Yeah, that's
things
the
where,
West Rockport
right?
Station.
It's, that's what you call, you know, working together. But yeah, no, I think, you know, this will be a one shot and trying to, you know, get that space up and going this fall, so.
Okay. Anything else on the West Rockport Fire Station? All right, library building, One Lime Rock, page
You
317.
can just skip that one altogether.
Okay, yeah. All right. Debt, county, all other. Long-term debt, page 325. Yeah. Just watch it cruise on by.
Yep. County.
What are we gonna be freeing up, in other words, what's gonna be paid off? I mean, we're not paying the school anymore, are we, for the 20-year or whatever?
No, but they found other ways to fill that.
Alright.
None of this is really being paid off anytime soon.
I'm just trying to think if,
2030s, that really is something here will be paid off.
But once we go online with new items, the annual cost does decrease.
Right.
So, it's not over, but it's just getting a little bit better.
The debt payments do decrease over time.
yeah.
Next year is the first year for principal on the station.
Yeah.
All right, any other comments on debt? Besides the fact that we love it. All right, county fees, page 335.
You said that really well through gritted teeth and biting your tongue.
Yeah. Don't believe there's a whole lot that we went over in our discussion about this earlier. Any other topics of discussion in county fees?
You can do
All other cemeteries. Department 0901, page 343.
I'm gonna lobby for the Rockville Cemetery pile of dirt to be flattened out and expanding our cemetery. I don't know, I mean, this has been another one of those things ever since Steve put that pile there 100 years ago, and now you've got enough wood there to
Chrissy's
grow.
not even 100 years old.
You've
At
got
least
enough,
10.
you've got enough wood that's grown there now that you can heat 3 houses from it. I mean, that's how long.
Got a log
Don't we have
coming in.
someplace where we could clean fill neither?
Well, that's what that is. It was clean fill that was put there, and it just got piled up with the
Yeah.
intention on eventually leveling it out and expanding the Rockville Cemetery. And I'm, again, just trying to, you know,
Clean fill no longer wanted. That's what that sign should say, right? Come get it.
I mean, is it worth putting money in a reserve? I mean, we've gotta start somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how much it would cost to get the trees out of there, or to level it, I'm looking at it sort of
Solve
over
the
your
wood.
shoulder, Mike.
Yeah, just getting to it, I think, is
Yeah,
the biggest thing for us.
you know, maybe that's, I don't know.
You mean just getting to it time-wise?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, you have one more guy.
That would certainly be a step in
Possibly.
the right direction.
Possibly, I should say.
Right.
Is it tall enough to turn into a ski hill?
well,
You'll see
I
how
mean,
the snowball's going.
Yikes.
so, I don't know, I mean, it's just sort of always been a bug in my craw, because it was originally 25 years ago, whatever it was, supposed to have been put there and then leveled off, and it just kept, the can kept getting kicked down the road and never happened. And I don't know what potential there is for selling more plots over in that cemetery, but I don't think there's anybody that's begging to come
No, they all want to be in Seaview.
to buy them. But, I don't know, I'm just, you know, I mean, maybe we make a motion to put money in and you take it out. But I'd like to make a suggestion that we put, and I have no idea whether it's even enough, but to,
I'm just thinking, do some work on it this year to figure out what it would cost.
well, I mean, but there again, you know, we've not been to even that point from, I mean, I did this when I was on the board for 6 years. and we
Right, no,
never
I've heard you
gained-
talk about this
Never
forever,
gained any
just like-
traction, and it just kept getting put off, and maybe we could sell the wood to somebody off of it for them leveling the hill off, because it would probably even out, maybe.
So you want to put money into the reserve account, is that what you're?
Yeah, I mean, how,
You're just being mean.
Take care of that.
how about, and I have no idea, I'm looking at Mike over the shoulder there, if I were to say, I wanted to put 25,000 in a reserve line,
So I can't give it to
is that anywhere near what might or might not?
Get that
Yeah.
squared around? You can get that squared
He's
around.
smiling, it's too.
By squared around, you mean flat?
Well, it's a start.
It needs to be flat and make sure, you know, it's gonna drain and slow.
Well, okay,
But
to
yeah,
not be
Is
this.
it an eyesore now?
Oh, that's good to know.
no, you can make it look good functioning.
Oh, there's a new forest there.
Well, so I guess where I'm going with that is if we put 25 into a reserve this year, and that happens, and then next year, maybe we put another 25 in, and then the beautification of that flat dirt pile becomes something that somebody may want to purchase down the road.
I
I don't know.
The Native Americans did, make it a mound burial ground.
I move we put 25,000 in the reserve line for the cemetery.
I'll second
We gotta find
that.
Reserve account, so I guess that would be 75, 71, is that what that is?
Yes, we just need to kind of keep in mind that we do have a bit of an earmarked amount in there for the columbarium.
That's a separate line, that's 7335.
That's the one about it,
No.
7353.
But it's all in the same reserve.
Well, do the emoji and put a pile of dirt. Yeah, so we know where it's going.
That might look like something else.
Yeah, well, that too.
Because it currently does.
So yeah, for 75, 71 in the reserve account, I would recommend 25,000 being placed for the purpose of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Discussion
Crochet.
on placing
Second.
25,000, I did second.
All right.
Placing 25,000 into the reserve account in cemeteries.
That seems a lot of, how much is it gonna cost to bulldoze a hill?
Some of that may actually have to be trucked off, I'm not sure yet. There may be more there than can just be leveled.
Can you move it down to Seaview to fill in the
Yes.
spots?
Bring money.
No, really?
Careful when you get your
Right,
Stevens.
I'm not saying anything. It could be moved, yes.
And I have no idea, I mean, and I sort of looked earlier to Mike and asked that, is 25? a
Yeah,
number?
25 will do it. I mean, you, like I said, you're gonna have to make it so the place drains, you're gonna have to put some 3-to-1 slopes on the thing, and you're gonna have to look at, you know, around it is close to
And if
to
Yeah.
wetland.
Yeah.
So, like I said, some of that, there may be more there that needs to be there. We may end up hauling some off, but I think 25 will make it look
and if
the way
there's-
you want it to.
And if there's some left over of that, we can beautify that now flat pile of dirt.
Well,
Yeah, well, anyway, 25 is.
Yeah, there's more in that cemetery, I think, to be done, so even if there was too much in that line, that it can get spent in the
Yeah.
cemetery.
Perfect.
Absolutely.
Okay, any other discussion?
I'm gonna
It
vote,
needs to be done.
it needs to be done?
That needs to be done, and there's some other things in that cemetery, so if you were to put that in a reserve, that money's not gonna be spent bad. There's things that's been waiting to be done, that should have been done, so.
Well, there's work in other cemeteries to be done too.
But I think that work's already scheduled, isn't it?
Some, yeah.
Well, I'm talking about repairs and so on to the stones, and they're tipped over and
Gotcha.
stuff, brush that needs to be taken out because it's covering up veteran stones.
Well, either the Budget Committee is incredibly enlightened and is helping out the town administration to do things that everybody wants to do, or we're veering dangerously into policy. But I'm just sort of explaining the reason that I'm going to vote no on this. If I didn't hear an ask for it, you know, from the channels, and I don't know, we're putting a lot of money in the reserve funds, but I'm just to explain my.
And my motion was to put the 25,000 in there, and specifically for it to be paid attention to that area that has been neglected for 25 years.
Right.
Hence
Yeah.
hence the wood over there.
Well, I applaud the fact that we're being realistic on what things cost as we put them into reserve funds, and, but,
I mean, I think some of this also goes back to taking care of what we've currently got instead of adding other stuff.
yeah, which is, you're very consistent with that, so I applaud that as well, yeah.
And just because we've done that doesn't mean that they're gonna stick with that. But I'm just, my and your historical knowledge of this is that was originally put there to be leveled off, to
Right.
expand that cemetery.
Right.
And it never has happened.
Yeah.
So all I'm saying is, let's try to make it happen.
So we're becoming the squeaky wheels as opposed to,
Well, I mean, it's, you know, it's a reserve line, a reserve account.
but it's money budgeted and raised
Yeah.
from taxes, yeah.
And I would, just to echo this, I think, and Helen said it, and I think it's right as rain. There's a long list in the cemeteries that we've somewhat ignored as a town for a long time. And even though this is sort of just outside, it's part of the same property, whatever. I think it's, as long as it's external labor that's providing that, because I don't see that we have, even with adding that position, that we want to take on things that are far beyond what we really need to have done in terms of roads. There's a long list, and, you know, we haven't talked about it, but the $50,000 to look at road work, to make sure that the roads and the drainage in some of these areas, in particular, the places we're selling lots right now, we have to do that, and we're selling lots, there aren't roads, or there were roads, but we haven't, they've sort of been reclaimed by the grass. To me, that's a smart investment into our cemeteries, and I think, as Helen said, we could probably make a long list here of others and probably come up with 200,000 maybe, but I think that we have to start picking away at them, and I was trying to pick away at them on the road side of it, but there's more, and we may talk about them in the future years.
And that's a prime example of early on, in one of my first years on the board, when Linda was working the cemetery, the there was money put in for roads. So it's been 8 years that there still hasn't been any roads built, and we know there needs to be.
Yeah.
So, again, luckily there's no trees growing here because it's all been mowed.
That's right.
It's just all
But,
we-
but eventually we have to
Yeah.
stop kicking the can and do what needs to be done.
Yep.
And the drainage does suck down there, so that needs to be addressed. and
That's a
all there.
technical term, right?
It does.
It-
Checking.
Well, it's not quite as harsh as some words I've heard around. you know.
Why are you looking at that?
Jeez. Oh,
But
boy.
but anyway, I guess, you know, there are, and,
What I do.
I mean, you know, cemeteries are, when people come to town and they ride by one, and it looks like heck, you know, they're gonna go, you know, why isn't there more care? And this is from a guy that mows cemeteries up on an island, 3 of them, that I don't have to, but I do, because it's a respectful thing to do. So taking care of them and fixing the little things that Mike had alluded to in the Rockville one that has been needing to be done. It just shows a respect, and people look at those when they come into the town and they think, hey, you know, they're taking care of their dead. And it's just the right thing to do. So, I'm off my soapbox.
Okay. No other discussion, let's move to a vote. So all of those in favor to put 25,000 into line 75, 71, into the reserve account, the cemetery reserve account. All those in favor?
I'm not gonna look because I don't want to vote against it.
All those against?
Split.
Okay,
Okay, anything else on cemeteries? Okay, moving on to schools.
You can skip it.
Why are we stopping at schools?
Keep going.
Anything
Clay, you got
on
momentum.
schools? All right,
Special
and
assessment.
special assessment,
Yep.
page 353. Anything on special assessments? Assets.
Do we do the tax billing in-house or do we farm it
No,
out?
we farm it out.
Okay.
$6,800.
I still think we should use less of the fund balance so we can get out of that cycle. So
Yep.
I'm gonna move,
Okay, hold on.
Let's wait till
What page are we on?
page
Helen's back.
355,
Okay.
special assessments. I'm gonna move to drop the use of the unassigned fund balance
Appreciate it.
from 380 to 200,000.
355.
Thank you. You want to go from 380, excuse me, Clay,
Which one are you doing?
down to-
380 to 200,
I'm sorry.
because
which
it's
line?
sorry, R0403. Yes, no, it's in my whole bunch.
Oh,
I can't see it.
Third
Oh,
one
I'll
up
tell you, hold
from-
on.
Third one up from the bottom.
Yep,
Yeah,
third one up. Use of the unassigned fund
2,500.
balance.
All right, 25.
I mean, it's still,
So you're saying going from 380 down to 2?
yeah, because next year's gonna get no better. And
Second.
if we, oh yeah, I need a second before discussion. Any discussion on it? I think, I mean, next year we got all these culverts we're gonna do. We're gonna be even further behind on roads.
Yep.
And we're gonna wanna hit this even harder next year, so instead of doing a 10% growth this year on our budget and a 15 next year, why don't we just do a 12.5 this year and a 12.5 again next year, you know?
Rip the Band-Aid.
Yeah,
That's what you're saying.
let's just either rip the Band-Aid right now or
You found it, okay.
get hammered next year. It's, I mean,
Yeah.
it's gonna be next year, it's gonna be the year after.
Yeah.
At no point in the near future
Yep.
are we gonna have a good budget there.
Yep.
Between all of the
Yep.
different buildings that are not where we need to be, a new building that's going in,
Roads, vehicles.
all the roads and vehicles, I mean, we have to get out of this cycle of using the fund balance and actually have some in there.
As a crutch, yeah.
I mean, how many storms have we had this year that you
Yeah.
keep talking about?
Right.
Right, so if we have that in
Half dozen.
there,
Easy, yep,
at least we can, you know, not rely necessarily on FEMA as much.
right.
It's, I mean, they are pretty punctual, but
Incredibly.
We get hammered now, I'm just, okay, anyway. Yeah,
that's my 2 cents. Any
Yeah.
other discussion on that?
I agree.
See, like unassigned balance.
I mean, realistically, we probably should talk about this more, just because it's a pretty large dollar amount. If anyone else has any other.
So by
opinions, one way or
taking
the
this
other.
out, by taking this out, we're raising another 120 out of, I'm sorry, 180 this year from taxpayers. We're just admitting that,
Yes, we're admitting that we're gonna spend it, but also it's gonna leave some in our unassigned fund balance. So that balance will be higher by 180.
right. And
next
we had
year-
a percentage goal of our budget to be unassigned. Where are we at?
20,
20%, and where are we at with that right now?
17 or 18.
It used, what did we say, it was used to be 12 days and now it's 42 or something like that.
Yeah, that's right.
And you're aiming for 90 days?
And that's a number that our colleagues around the state, other towns,
Yeah,
The ultimate goal would be 25%.
25%.
right. So,
And that eases fluctuation of having to take short-term loans out and things like that.
Well, it covers you, it covers you for 3 months worth of expenses. So say something catastrophic happens here and people can't pay their taxes. That covers us. That means that we have enough cash flow on hand to cover our expenses for those 3 months.
so you look at COVID, for example, when that happened and we didn't have that second, that second due date, if you didn't have ample reserves at that point in time, because you're still paying through that period, how do we keep the operations of the government going? How do you keep paying the schools?
How do you
Schools and
keep
counties
paying
get paid
employees?
first, then municipality has to pay its bills. And that's the way the state law works, so you have to sort of, you need to make sure you have those reserves.
And that was an auditor's suggestion, I believe.
Yeah.
A few years ago, 5, 6 years.
Right, yeah.
Is it-
Unassigned fund balance is currently at 18.75%.
Was that
For this year.
25 gas?
What is
25%.
What's that ratio percentage of what the budget is, or something?
Right, our overall budget
Okay, so we have reserves of 18.75%
of our
of what the
our
overall
net
budget
budget.
is.
yeah.
Okay, so, okay.
And you're aiming for 25 on auditors.
Okay.
Well, the policy's 20
Right.
in Rockport, the ultimate goal would be 25.
And the auditor, so it's not just, if we got a different auditor, they'd have a different number. So this is the Government Accounting Standards Board is the one who sets these sort of metrics. And that's the number we're talking about. We're not talking about Peter, who's the auditor that we have a contract with. It's not, if we go to Ron Smith, he's gonna say it's 22.
Right, right.
This is the standard.
Industry standard, yeah.
Yeah.
So it hasn't been finalized yet, I know that much, but what do you believe, based on the raw numbers that you have, will be going into unassigned fund balance?
About 300.
So it's 300. Has that been consistent over the years? I know we brought-
It's fluctuated some, and a lot of that comes from like increased revenues that we don't expect. It's not necessarily on the expense side. It's revenue sharing's gone up a lot.
Just in general, though, I
things
guess,
like
it's
that.
300,000 or 400,000 a year, safe bet.
I don't think we've ever been up in the 400 range, but 300 certainly.
So we're doing all right budgeting.
Yes.
Thank you for the elucidation.
So let's do all the roads, right?
No, listen, I've tried.
All right, so
I tried to give Mike some money, but.
any other discussion on UFB? Okay, so we'll go to a vote. to reduce the use of the unassigned fund balance from 380 to 200, in line 2500, I believe that is. All those in favor? All those against?
May I?
Oh, blown away there.
Right, me too.
Obviously, you didn't ask for enough. So at the end of this evening, do you have raw numbers that,
Yeah, so this budget went up $207,500 more than presented.
and 180 of it is through that?
Right.
So less that, what is it?
27,500.
So we, 180 here and 27 we've decided elsewhere so far.
Oh, it is what it is.
Yep.
So, we made it through the budget tonight somehow. A little bit of luck on our side, so going forward, I think what we're gonna do is draft a letter to the select board to include the recommendations that we have for them as reviewed tonight, and then see what they do with it. Basically, I think the only other open items on our palette would be the April 9th vote if we need to. And
When will we know if we need to?
John said he would call us on the
The 8th?
morning of the 9th.
I'll
at the
call you the
latest.
morning of the
That's that fail-safe we were talking about.
Listen.
John's gonna be up all night watching the eclipse.
I will be, I'll be just, I stared into it, I can't see anything. I'd like to call Clay, I'll have to talk into my phone.
All he's gotta do though is call me, and that's my job as a chair, is to call everyone else.
Deal.
Oh, really?
So John starts the train.
That's my job.
So are we,
So what's
can
the
we,
total now? What
should
did
we,
you-
Can it be a text? Does it have to be a call?
should we close our meeting?
If you're text,
still live.
Yeah.
okay, yeah, so
That way we
we
can.
don't have to actually make a motion to adjourn, right? We just adjourn. Okay, so, any other comments tonight? Meeting adjourned.
Well done.
So there I was gonna say.